Yo, what is good? It is Lutch, aka the Indian Jesus, here to resurrect the second coming of common sense. What is going on? What is going on? It's been a minute since we just did a chill thing. What's going on with everybody? Nothing planned. I do have that poll up. If you guys are not familiar with what's his face, I was watching that. We could pop in on that. Well, let me know. We got a little bit of so I'm gonna do a little bit of that. I don't think this is gonna be a super long stream unless I'm keeping an eye out on the Confluence panel. We might do that. You know how I get. You know how I get. Shout out to Seth. Welcome to the party. Very good to see you, sir. How we doing? Oh, I should put... Ooh, I gotta show you guys my niece. I met my niece. Look off both. And boom. Indeed. That one. Yeah. Okay. We'll post them in. So for now, you guys are going to get the first sneak peek. I want to put these in my notes, not where everybody else can see them, so that you guys get to be first. I'll wait for a few more people to put in. We got going dark. Welcome to the party. What's that? Trailer. Okay, hold on. What do we got here? I have my subscriptions page open on stop. Because I did talk to Confluence, and I was like, maybe I'll want to be in the mood to, that Fireball does its thing. And I was looking, and look what I saw. Miss Not So Erudite versus, actually, let's play it because you don't even know what it is. Let's play it. Of course, please let me know if you cannot hear the video.
I can't make heads or tails of Pearl's psychology. Like, she obviously must be insecure and self-hating, but she also seems to revel and enjoy the self-hatred. It's very strange. And I also can't tell what's just a straight lie. I have no idea.
Ooh, I might be able to go to that.
Do you guys want to know what's going on? Or do we want to live in delusion? Are you so special, amazing, and awesome that there are no flaws? Because that's what I get. Anytime I criticize or talk about any issues that are going on, Pearl's just making it up.
So your whole position is, why didn't the founders try to find some way that all of the different religious denominations could agree to some creed and enshrine it in the First Amendment? That's your argument?
My argument would be, if they wanted a blending of church and state, they were pretty intentional to go out of their way to ensure there was no blending of church and state.
Except they gave the states the 10th Amendment so that they could blend the church and the state. They can't tell
the states what to do. That was part of the colony deal.
No shit, that's my point.
But at a federal level, they went above and beyond to explicitly bar this.
They went above and beyond to make the compromise each single state...
Yo. I will not take any erudite bullshit. You can make fun of what she says. She's got some stupid ideas, but she's got to say it first. That's my girl. So yeah, I did put up that poll because he was on JRE today, and so I was watching that. I figured, we could do that. I don't know. I don't have any plans at all. I just, I started drinking, and I'm addicted to you. I was like, fuck it, I'll do it live. Separation of church and state is just about Congress making laws. Next. Really? Interesting. Yeah, I mean, I saw some of the episode. It's not really, so far where I'm at, they haven't really dug into like the whole point of like, this is what I found looking through all these liberals fucking financials. but at the same time, it's definitely going to get there. But let's finish this. This is in September.
Could have their own religion if they wanted it, and the federal government wasn't going to tell them what that had to be.
Religious clause would not.
Yes, way that was the compromise. Federal government can't tell us what our religion's going to be.
Why are you spurting out?
And the
But I don't think you understand how privileged of a position you're in.
In what way? How am I privileged?
Men are the ones that are on the hook for child support. Men are the ones that are on the hook for alimony.
Oh, what a clean cut for Pearl. What a clean cut for Pearl. Like, I mean, hey, I don't have any issues with Anna Kasparian. You know, we disagree on a lot of things, but I have respect for her. But Not So Erudite is an actual debater. Pearl is going to get crushed. I might have to go to this live. Donate so I can go see this live.
It's easy for you to tell men to just take the risk when if you're not in that position.
So are you asserting that men shouldn't pay child support following a divorce? Do you believe that women should be financially responsible 100% after
Feminists
divorce?
wanted to be equal. So I say be equal. If you guys want equality, 50-50 custody, no child support, no alimony, no special privileges.
Alimony is paid out in 10%.
It doesn't matter if you're part of the 10%.
It does matter.
It doesn't matter if you're part of the 10%.
It's a widespread issue when it's only 10%.
Doctrine is a sexist law against men.
Fangburn trying to make it. Okay, you covered the thing. I don't know what that says. Can I hide these? Oh, pang.burn.com. Pang-burn.com. I mean, I don't blame him. Like, yeah, right. I don't blame him in trying to advertise it, but like, yeah, man. So let's see. Tickets. Lauren Southern. What? She's got 2 set up? That's wild. $39, bro. $39 and $20 for the train. Help me go there. Let's do it. Let's fucking do it. Wild. But yeah, look what I did today. I'm currently having a trans argument with Olivia in Discord. Okay, one thing at a time. So first, copy image link. Fuck me. Hold on. I gotta edit these. Because my job is there. So, what was I gonna do? Oh, okay. So, I was talking to Olivia in Discord about being trans. And I'm like, well, why, posting like funny trans memes. Don't give in to butt demons. Don't be gay. Repent and follow Christ. Hashtag Pride Month with the DE in Pride and MON in month spells out demon. And I'm like, okay. I get. Oh, that I thought. Yeah. Okay, word. Okay. I thought I saw something about that. I scrolled up and I missed it, but I did see that. We could definitely talk about that. Hey, there you are. And so yeah, make not really understanding. I'm gonna pull that video up. Not really understanding what the idea behind I'm myself by changing myself really means. And so, well, I edit this photo so I don't dox myself. Then I'll show you those. And then we'll see what Miss Olivia has to say about how you can be yourself while explicitly turning yourself into another person. I don't get it. I don't get it. Okay. Boom. Boom and boom. Okay, so first things first. First things first. Indeed it is. Welcome to the party. Very good to see you. All right, well, let me know it's good because I'm about to go through the thing. Wait, what? It's a 33% alcohol. There's no, a beer is not 33%. That's just not what a beer is. Oh, it's your video, Olivia? Okay, first things. Oh, beautiful. Thank you. So, okay, we'll get there. I'm going to start all this stuff so I don't forget. Okay. So first things first. I am Uncle Lutch. Copy image link. Put it over here. And obviously, you know, I'm not doxing my little baby, but I wish I had my hair down, but I'm sure we'll get more pictures. Look at it. Ready? Just look at it. Oh, she was chilling hard. She was sleeping when I got there. And then, you know, I was just like, well, I want to hold her. And she was splayed out. She's like, oh, I like it over here. Uncle Lutch is the one. I should have showed that one second, but I was like, yeah, she loves me. Oh my God. I made the heart small enough where you can kind of see, you know, what her face is like, but we ain't doxing my little niece, but oh my God. It's so funny. She's like, usually the baby hair falls out in the back first, because that's where, you know, you support the head and all that stuff, but she's just straight bald up here, and in the back, you can kind of see it. In the back, she's got a fucking mullet. But yes, this is my sweetie niece, and I'm so proud. I am so in love. Okay, this is it. Okay, cool millennials who found an IPA that's more than whatever. Thank you. Original Fireball whiskey. This is 56 proof liquor made from Canadian whiskey. Fireball cinnamon. These are 32 proof malt-based beverage that likes hard liquor, but good. Yeah. So that, I mean, same shit. Like a beer is like, if you're gonna get technical with a beer versus a hard liquor on technicality, then I don't really care. If you're going to talk about whiskey versus bourbon on technicality, that is fair. Am I in the studio? Does this look like the studio to you? Do you see Morty right here? And of course not. What am I, a fucking loser? I'm a professional. Kind of. All right, what was next? What were we talking about? I do like the Hefeweizens. I mean, IPAs can be good, but it's just like, it's just the typical millennial burger joint thing where it's like $17 burgers that's like, fuck you in the ass burger with the dick kick IPA that's 19%. Like, I mean, fair enough, but like, it's not beer. Even like malt liquor is not beer. Whatever. You are excused, my dear. All right. So It says there wants to be a Bible movie where Jesus and the apostles and the Romans felt like old school mafia guys. I would watch that. So, all right. So like I said, I was talking to Lydia, posting memes. Like I'll just That's like, it's not like I'm offended by the meme, but as a trans person, I'm just like, well, doesn't this kind of not really go along with what you believe and according to what you are? It's like, oh, funny enough, yeah, well, me, cool. Me too, and I get violent pickup. I hate it. And so I was like, yep. I was like, I don't get it. Like, I don't not get that you're not offended by it. But like, doesn't this directly confront your worldview? And so I was talking like that, and it's funny. I was like, yeah, if I could be a Jack 6'4" dude, I would want that. But like, I'm not. So why not just figure out life as a short dude? He said, most of us try. I said, try what? Try to fit in as our sex. I realized I wasn't being myself at all. I was miserable. So I was like, fuck this. I feel better now. Well, it's a different kind of misery. At least I don't feel I'm to blame. Society is for being rude. Yeah, if you're just, this is not just to you, but to anyone, if you ever feel like your problems are society's fault, you're wrong. If it was society's fault, then everybody would be fucked. And everybody is not fucked. So there's something different about you that everybody else in society is dealing with. But, and then says I would pass perfectly. Okay. And, but I was like, that's the part I don't get. I'm actually, and I was saying, you understand what I'm saying, right? You were born as who you were born as. Changing that can't be more aligned with the with that action, in my opinion. And so then we have Miss Olivia. Hold on. All right, so we got the timestamp here, so we'll get into the end here. Where are we? Oh, I hate doing this on the laptop. I miss my fucking my studio. Everything's so simple. When I'm up on my laptop, everything's got to be done step by step. All right. Cool, bro. I got very early on, like, especially as a small dude who didn't drink in high school that much, like the aspect of like, oh, the more you're drinking and the more badass thing that you're drinking, I just like, hey, not that guy. And once I was like 22, 23, I was like, bro, I'm not in high school. You're not gonna. I'm not saying you're doing. I like the people around. You're not gonna shame me for the way I decide to get drunk. Like, that's just not gonna happen. Fair. Happy Men's Mental Health Awareness Month. I just saw a new stat. You guys know the percentage of self-deletions that are men? What is the percentage of self-deletions that are men? The best way to be is to be society's problem. Lots of people's lives suck because society is rude. Correct. However, I gotta take my hair down. I gotta be the Indian Jesus. I gotta be the Indian Jesus for this one. That is absolutely correct. That lots of people's lives suck because society. Well, I mean, let's just stick with because of society. I'm not going to entertain people's lives suck because society is rude. That seems entirely too childish for me to engage with. But let's just say lots of people's lives suck because of society, one thing or another, right? Fair enough. But how many of those people are able to figure out how to make their life not suck in that society? Second point, you're still in that same society. So if the society is the problem, you have not changed the problem. You're just a different person in that same society. Hey, shout out to Sam with the gifted membership. Thank you. So very, very much. Let's get some CT crunch for our boy Morty. Yeah, man. All right, let me see your camera. Oh, there you go. Thank you. So very, very much that. All right, and of course, guys, don't forget, we still got tomorrow's stream, but the movie night doesn't seem like it's gonna happen. But Seth gets us there up to 50 out of 250 points, and of course, sponsor of the stream. Thank you so very, very much, sir. Very much appreciated. We got Blueberry Street. Welcome to the party. What do you think? Does it look like I'm using coconut oil? What did I do? You just mean that you don't put ice in your beer? I don't know anyone that puts ice in their beer. Too late. So we keep allowing the easily manipulated to mediate understandings between good and social bad. Yup. And a shout out to the Overlord. And yes, I put it in the fucking title. This is a grift stream. I am broke and I need your help. So we still gonna hang out either way. But I'm just saying, I am openly trying to get money. All right, so let's see what Olivia is saying. I kind of feel like I want to go through the whole thing, but we sent it here, so we'll rock.
He didn't hit me, but he was my fault. I'm like, why do you make me change your identity? I don't know. But I did have things like that were always happening. And then after my mom had killed herself, I should have done it. Or I should have done it as soon as I turned 18. But I didn't want to be a fat girl. I was so like, this life is horrible. Like I couldn't handle I knew how life treats people. And so I was just afraid of more of that stuff. I was afraid of rejection and violence. I couldn't handle it. And so I spent the next 20 years until I was 40, until I transitioned. I don't know what, it was just, over time, I just couldn't handle being fake anymore. Like it wasn't even me. I had memorized how to hold things. I had memorized how to talk. I had memorized everything. There was no part of me left inside of me that I was expressing. And so I just needed to get away from that kind of a life or I would die. And then I met just decided, and then I met friends and things like that. Well, I'll tell more stories in the future because I'm rambling. I love you, YouTube. Bye.
That was the timestamp? I mean, yeah, what? I can't do anything with that. I don't even know what you said. All right, we're gonna have to go through the whole thing. Hey, shout out to Avery. $2 make you holla. Yeah, come on. More. Now we're getting to the bottom of the bag where there's extra cinnamon sugar on all of the pieces. Yeah, get it all up the hand there. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So very, very much appreciated. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So very, very much. Yeah, I was trying to get that up. We'll go back. Oh, box with a big 5. Yeah, more. You know what's good. The disciples are coming through. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So very, very much. And then we got Jennifer with the Nina butter. I can't do that, but I don't have that up here. But I will give a double. We will give a double. Come on, you gotta turn around. You gotta turn around. There you go. Yummy, yummy, yummy. And wing. Oh, it fell out of the sky. It fell out of the sky. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So very, very much, guys. I gotta open up this chat on my TV to make sure I'm not missing anything. Oh my goodness. Yeah, you love it. Thank you, thank you, thank you so very, very much, guys. You are amazing. Amazing. Very, very, very much appreciated. All right, that's fine. And so I'm not trying to put you on the spot, but I would love to, maybe one day have a direct conversation that where that I feel like the idea of I know you don't. I know. The idea of being trans does at its core does not make sense to me, especially as somebody who spent the majority of my life unhappy with the way that my body looks. There's never been a thought pattern or a road where I'd go, oh, well, I'll just change it. And maybe that has to do with because you can't. I mean, obviously I could work out and eventually I'll do that, but I can't get any taller, right? And so maybe that's just my personal thing of, well, this is my life and nothing can change it, so I got to deal with it. I don't know. Maybe if there was a realistic way, for me to be significantly taller, sorry, I'm already drunk, maybe I would want to do that. Maybe I'd be interested. But as it stands, I don't get it. All right, so let's add up what we got here. Shout out again. What are these? Oh, yeah, okay. Okay, so we're going back to the Legos. Don't let me forget about the Legos. So we added Seth, and we got Avery with the $2. So that's up to 52. And then we had Box with the big 57. And Jennifer with the big 10, 67. And the sponsor of the stream. Thank you so very, very much, you guys. I really do appreciate it. Yeah, don't forget. We're all trans on stolen land. I'm only staying until this is done. Unless you guys get me drunk enough or riled up enough to be like, fuck it, I'm going to get another beer. An actual beer. Well, you know what I mean. A fucking... a fucking seltzer diluted. But... sorry, all right. Again, if you are here for your first time, I apologize. Come back in 24 hours. If you're a real one, stick around. We about to have some fun. But this is not a first impression. Basically a brain in a jar. My body just carries it around. I said, shit, me too. Yeah, that was my first interaction with a trans person in real life, was when I was working at Petco before I was working with the company that I'm working with now. There was, this trans dude who work there. And I mean, I guess if you're like, I guess you'd probably be able to say, like, his hips are a little weird looking and whatever. But, you know, nobody, you know, his name was Shane, and it never came up. Like, I never accidentally was like, oh, you're a girl. It was just some dude. I mean, he was shorter than me, so other than that. But it was just some dude that I worked with. And, like, trans never came up. I will note that characteristically, there was a lot of relationship drama with Shane being with that person and that person being with this person and that person being with Shane. There was a lot of that, which you tend to see with people who are confused. But in terms of working with the person, it's just another person. I don't want to. Sorry, Mark. I'll only do that for you got cinnamon sugar on your head. Put one in the chat if you did not see my niece already. Well, I said actual trans. Oh, let me put the vibes back on. Yeah. Well, it said actual trans folks seem to be more chill than people who defend them. In my experience, this again is the representative heuristic. So you're trying to say that if you go out on the street and you see 10 trans people. Let's think about this, Box. Yeah, I'm going to drop the link if anyone wants to come. Box, I would love for you to come. But of course, nobody. Let's think about this. You are again falling for the representative heuristic. You're saying actual trans folks seem to be more chill than people who defend them, in my experience. Oh, wait, people who defend them. Actual trans folks seem more. Oh, that I agree with. I thought you were talking. I thought you were saying compared to like the general population. So yeah, I completely agree with you there. Completely agree with you. I thought you were saying trans folks seem to be more chill than the average person. And I was going to say, well, if you're walking down the street or you're going to work, and let's say you come across 10 trans people, that probably means that you're meeting 1,000 non-trans people. And they are likely to not be more chill. Shout out to Sam. Welcome to the party. What is good? Oh, yeah. Well, yes. Right.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we are. Yeah. The Wi-Fi is down. What is going on? What is going on? This is a lot louder from here. Alright, what are you guys saying? Alright, give me a second. Let's see if the Wi-Fi... It's always the fucking Wi-Fi! Can I just have one day? One day! Yesterday we were bugging out because of the fucking microphone. Oh my god, we're gonna have to go. Here, I'll do this for you. Oh, nope, you gotta turn on the thing where I do the thing. Okay, I'll do this for you. Oh, alright, I gotta go unplug the fucking thingy, the router. And then it'll work. We'll get to the Lego stuff. There. Okay. Zoom. How do I zoom this out? Zoom out. Nope, can't do that. Okay. Alright, current comment. Boom. Baby, come back. See, but when it's when I have the phone like this, then I can only see literally one chat at a time. That's also my fault because I chose to use the fucking mobile. See, look, it's fun. It says it's fun, bro. What are we doing? Unplug. Wait for 10 seconds. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right, that should be back in a second. What's on the floor? Why are you jumping up here, Maury? All right. Okay. All right. We're getting there. Let's look at the chat. No true trans man. That's a good one. HR said, all women prescribed testosterone because reasons as immediately sympathetic to men. Now, speaking of which, as soon as I get back online, I'm actually going to start this because there was a video that I wanted to show you about the experience of a woman trying to live as a man. I said, awfuls are worse than the trans. Yup. Even more worse when they're trying to defend the trans. Yep. No, I totally understand what Box is saying. Box is saying that by virtue of being trans, you don't have any negative personality traits as far as you're concerned in the the political discussion realm and all of that. It's the people who are saying, no, you have to use all the right pronouns, and you gotta do this, or you gotta do that. That is the real issue. And so that's why I say the awfuls are worse than the trans. Because most trans people just want to fucking live their lives. They're very confused about who they are, but they're not putting that on any of us. It's the people who are like, oh my god. And sometimes there's no for that. Sometimes those people are trans. Sometimes they're not. Yeah, we trying to get it fixed. Oh, Wi-Fi is looking. Nah, y'all about that chud shit? Nah, that seems... Oh, come on. Now the phone's doing it? Are you fucking kidding me? Can you see me? The phone's doing it now. You know what I didn't fucking... What date? Yeah, no. My shit's on autopay. Why is this happening? Right here, so what are we gonna do? Okay, at least that's right. Let me get through these. Yeah, you guys about that chud logic, dude? I feel like he's kinda gay. And like, I think that he definitely, shouldn't be charged for murder, but like, I'm not jumping to support that guy.
I'm gonna try to use my. I don't know what's going on with my Wi-Fi right now. We're gonna try to use the mobile hotspot. Where is the fucking hotspot button? Mobile hotspot. There we go. Ay, 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 ay. The struggle streaming never ends. Right, so that should be here. We're good. All right, okay, so I'm gonna leave so you don't get your ears blown out. I'll be right back. Don't leave.
I said don't leave. I said don't leave. So, yeah, I don't know what's going on with my actual Wi-Fi, but shout out to the hotspot. Oh, that's going to be a pain in the ass. That's going to be a pain in the ass. Oh, hell yeah. Hell yeah. My bud dude just said he's good with Cash App. I already stopped at the bank, but all right. I'm just gonna hope that something is wrong that's going to fix itself. Because if I have to do that now, then I'm going to freak this fuck out. So let's just put faith in the notion that it will be fixed. But yeah, I like that's just gay. How it works. That's how it works. What's the only time I got? The only time I almost got beat up by a trans, it was bad, and only after a white woman took offense to me saying the word gay. Awful. Almost got me beat up by a trans. I blame her, not him. Hey, shout out to JL. Welcome to the party. Oh, are we back? All right. Okay, let me switch my Wi-Fi. It might pop out for a second, but we're working on my TV. So this. Sometimes shit just be. All right, are we back? Are we back? There we go. Shout out to JL. Welcome. All right, let's catch up with these. Now we are back in action. Sent a value statement on my part. McConnell Anthony got an all-white jury. Yeah, and you know what? What I just heard from some of the people on the jury. They said, "I'm not putting a black man in prison." So they don't need black people because they've made you racist against white people. They don't need black people on the jury because they've made you whites racist enough that in that context, you are a black person. Sorry, we're going to look that up because I don't remember exactly, but it was something specific. Did not see that. Maybe we won't check that out. Oh, okay. So Chud, not Chudlodge. Okay, fair enough. I know that. Hey, we got Jager. Welcome to the party. So since you're bringing up my niece, then I will drop the pictures up once again. My lovely. I would love for you guys to be. I'm going by Uncle. Not say that. Do that and that and that, and then we got Stunting on them hoes, stunting on them hoes. All right, look at that, look at that. Ready, 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 ready. Oh, she's amazing. She's so cute. I asked my sister because she didn't, obviously, like, let's not put our kid's face all over the internet. She's a newborn, like she's not gonna look like that, but put a little over there, and then stunting on them hoes, stunting on them hoes. Me and my girl, me and my girl. Hell yeah! Oh man, I'm sure that I've held a baby before, but I can't remember when. Like, I have younger cousins that I'm sure I held at some point. But, like, they were my cousins, and then we've grown up, and, we've had other experiences. First time holding my niece, and she's the first one of the generation. So I have an older brother, I'm the middle, my sister's the youngest, but she's the only one that's married. So, thank you so very, very much. We got Marilyn. Welcome to the party. Very good to see you. More? I definitely want kids and a family and less bones. What? You lose bones as you get? I don't get it. What does it even mean? He just said my roomie was called Bruce. His nephew couldn't pronounce Bruce, so therefore he was known as Unkaboo. Hey, I'll take it. Whatever she utters to me first is legit. I'll take it. All right. So, where are we? Jesus Christ, I got so far behind. Okay. So, I feel very overwhelmed at the moment. Why don't we try a Legos and let's try that. Have you guys seen what's good with the Lego scandal? Because it's pretty fucking wow. Get like a yeah. Can someone just fucking give me the short version? Alright, homeboy's got the short version, which is 15 full minutes, but
YouTuber Reckless Ben's Lego series has done a great job exposing not only the corruption of a company known as Bricks and Minifig, but also the corruption of an entire city's police force in American Forks, Utah. Unfortunately,
the fucking Mormons, bro. Let me know if you have no idea what's going on here, or what. I'm just the other girl bone, or yeah, I'm pretty sure bones fuse as you get older. Like that's why the fucking in the head, like the platelets of the head. That's why they have the soft spot, because their bones aren't. Okay, I was pretty sure. So not watching any about it's about Lego. So yeah, let's see what this guy gives in terms of his commentary. But the basic thing is that this dude wanted to sell his grandfather, whatever, his Lego collection of about 200 grand, and went to this local shop that did consignment. So they sell the Legos, and they get a cut, and he gets the money. But like that's what consignment. So they're selling his shit. He owns it. Then they changed owners, and they were like, nah, we're keeping your shit. Let's see what this guy has.
After doing some digging, it seems like Ben got a lot of his information wrong and seems to have straight up lied to his audience about winning a court case against the store that stole the Legos in the first place. On top of all of that, Ben's very reckless approach to vigilante justice led to him committing a bunch of serious crimes in his first video that will most likely end up with him spending years behind bars. And
whoa, do we have an anti-reckless Ben? Pro Briggs and Minipigs? No way.
will probably hurt the family's chance of getting their stolen Legos returned. Now, I talked about this briefly on Twitter before I decided to make this video, and most people there had herd mentality and didn't want to hear the full story, so they all just called me a bootlicker or that I was a secret Mormon defending the corrupt cops. So before we get started, I want to make it clear that I am not
exactly what I'm thinking. I'm not trying to listen to your bullshit. Shout out to Penguin Zero. All right, so we'll do this one.
I don't even know how to intro this video because there's nothing I can say that will actually do the scope of this corruption and diabolical scandal justice. But I will give you the premise. It's around Legos. And I know you...
All right, give me a word. Give me a word that anytime we hear that word or a reference to that word, I got a drink. I need that. All right, what you got here? What you got here? Ah, night by y'all at you. But no, I appreciate that. Oh, it's not here. Come on, you fuck. Give me a shaking. Give me a shaking. It didn't delete it, did it? Okay, I got you. I got you. Short. Okay. We can do shorts. Add that to a new one. Shout out to Seth.
I guess, the better the case is going to go.
Hold on 1 second. Oh my god! I don't know why I feel so. I'm like lagging behind. I don't know what's going on. To build an actual house of Legos. Yeah, well, I mean that any collection. Because remember, this is the guy's lifelong collection, and he died. So I mean, 200K is not that much for a collectible thing. If you have a lot of it, it's not like one Lego piece that's 200K. Cutie, I got 2 nieces, 290. They call me Unky Sean. I love them like they're my own. Well, I sure shit ain't having any kids soon. So yep. Nah, I was like, I knew. So I went in and parents are first-time parents, new parents are gonna be a little, And so, there were rules. There were rules. Of course, you got to wash your hands before you touch her or anything. No kisses. You can't kiss her. I will neither confirm nor deny whether or not, when my sister left the room, I kissed her on the forehead. I will not confirm or deny. Hey, we got Rowdy Gaddy. Welcome, welcome, welcome to the party. Very good to see ya. All right. Let's see what we got with the scandal. I don't know if there's gonna be enough, but we'll see.
Should we get it against the better the case is going to go in your favor.
Yeah. And I'm I appreciate you guys, coming out and obviously Josh is one of my employees, but he's also a friend. And
we need a little more context. All right, let's go with this, and then we'll play that one when we know what's going on.
Diabolical scandal justice. But I will give you the premise. It's around Legos. And I know you probably immediately roll your eyes going, oh, that's probably nothing super crazy. Buster, you don't know the half of it. A YouTuber named Reckless Bin conducted a thorough investigation on a huge Lego-related crime. It is a...
And okay, I'm giving this is a little inside baseball. So don't tell anybody I told you. But I think doesn't matter. So the day that she was born, my parents, because remember, my parents moved to South Carolina, so they had come up here for the birth, and they were at an Airbnb, and I went to go visit them at the Airbnb. And when we got the news, oh, she's born, here's the pictures, And the next day, my parents went to go see, their first grandchild. My dad was like, yo, just call him brother-in-law, he was like being weird about the fact that we, the grandparents, wanted to hold the baby. Like, what do you mean? Why do we want to hold the baby? That's our grandchild. So, you know, I'll let them, because I talked to my neighbor, who was like, yeah, first time parents, they're gonna be like that. Give it a couple months and they won't give a shit. Like, I'm fair enough. Hopefully she'll be, I mean, it's very likely that within the next few months she's here, like literally here with me on stream. Like, bro, we ain't got shit to do. She's sleeping, so we got the baby, we got the puppy, and we chilling. NJ all day. I live in Central Jersey. My sister lives a little bit further up north. My parents used to live in Asbury, but they just moved to South Carolina. And my brother lives in Philly. And even when we were close around, like we didn't spend a lot of time hanging out or like anything. Like my brother still hasn't seen the baby. I was first. Uncle number one. No, yeah, damn. So it's like the sun is still out for you. God damn. That was the one thing. Shout out to Nick. It was always so weird. Like we'd finish the stream and go into when we did the after party in Discord, and he'd be like on his deck, and it would be like 2 in the morning. It'd be like 11 at night, 11:30 after the whole stream, and he pops on Discord, and he's got the sun shining. Like, oh, fuck you. Fuck you. Do you know how much easier my life would be as a streamer if I was on the West Coast? I said shit. Me too. We're gonna drink more than this tonight. I can feel it. All right.
A YouTuber named Recklessbin conducted a thorough investigation on a huge Lego-related crime. It is a crazy web of malicious bad actors, shady individuals. It's like the Lego cartel. I don't know how to do this intro to really lay the foundation in a way that captures the scope because it is that big. So I highly recommend you watch his entire video. I'm going to...
I'm trying to decide because right in line with exactly everything that we're doing. I talked to Confluence earlier, and I specifically was like, yo, I'm trying to fucking get into some wild shit. Oh, so that's new. What you just dropped. Whoever dropped that. So it's still unfolding. All right, so here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna do a whole fucking thing on that over the weekend. Doesn't really look like we're gonna hit the fucking it doesn't look like we're gonna hit the fucking movie night goal. So over the weekend we're gonna do a stream on the Lego shit. I do think it is absolutely worth talking about, worth having a discussion about, and so we'll do that. So stay tuned for that. All right, well, just had a guy running for Congress from New Jersey on the show. Loser. I mean, it's warm over here too. Oh, we got a text from my sister. It's dark and it's 73 degrees. I mean, it's summer. Okay. Jeez. Oh, everything is going on. Jesus fucking Christ. Okay. All right. Let's go join this panel. Let's hang out and do what they're doing. Hey. I don't know if he's watching or if he's just thinking about me, but the sugar daddy comes through with the 20 $5. Oh, you missed it. Now you've got cinnamon sugar all over my laptop. Thank you very, very much. Look at all that cinnamon. Can you see it? Nope, you can't see it. Go ahead. You got to lick all of this up. Come on. I can't have that. Come on, man. Messing everything up. There you go. There you go. You get an extra from Funkmaster. Huh? Here, take one more. There you go. And then the middle of my hand. All right. Shout out to Funkmaster General with the $25. My goodness. Okay, so 67 plus 25 is 82, right? Double check my shit, because sometimes if I mess up the numbers, then like that's just because I'm bad at math. So check on that. Shout out to Funkmaster. Thank you so very, very much. Is he here? Oh shit! Oh shit! Oh my goodness! 10 gifted memberships. Sweet Tooth, give me 1 second. I see you right there. Well, we gotta double up on our boy. Oh, he ate them both at once. My goodness! Shout out! Thank you so very, very much. Oh my goodness. Let's get that up, and we are now in the triple digits. 102. Thank you so very, very much, guys. If you just got a gifted membership, make sure that you are here every Monday, Wednesday, Friday, 8 p.m. Eastern, or more like 10 p.m. Eastern. But the after party is for members only. Thank you so very, very much, sir. Very much appreciated. All right, so shout out to Sweet Tooth saying, would you debate him on what? Because I actually was going to cover his debate with Dr. Kent yesterday, but like there's too many Christians in here. It wouldn't have done what I wanted to do. But I'm always down for a debate. So let's see what he's doing. I'll be honest, I did not follow our boy. Is this him? All right, debate a gay woke progressive. All right.
Anyway, so what do you think the way? I'm sorry, it's the alcohol now.
That's it.
If such a instance occurs where someone stabs someone else in the chest, since you're against retribution, what process does that person go through after doing that, in your perfect worldview of how the law works?
Wait, I gotta call in like with this. How do I do that? Oh, you can't see. How do I call in based on the phone number? I don't have like an app for phone numbers. Man, this is what everybody needs to use. Goddamn fucking StreamYard. Just drop the link. Here, we'll do this.
Yeah, so the fact that I'm against retribution doesn't mean it doesn't result in jail time. I'm saying that the resulting jail time operates on the basis of safety, not on the basis of getting back what is due to society. Does that make sense?
It does, but it sounds a little soapboxy. You have all the power.
It's not
You're the
soapboxy.
judge.
I'm
And
saying
you have
like
your
you
ideal
only jail people in the sense that they're a danger to society. You don't jail people in the sense that, man, we need to take this guy, throw away and lock away the key so that this person suffers for what they have done. Totally different positions as to why.
First, I think you're arguing wrong.
Yeah, I'm whoever Sweet Tooth came over here and was like, "Yo, come debate." And now there's a phone number. How do I maybe this is boomer of me, but how do I dial a phone number on my laptop? You know what I mean? Yeah, right. Yeah, all right. Oh, the only thing I love about winter is how late it stays dark. We need to go back into the later version and just keep it there. Keep it there. Him on the airspeed of a swallow. Well, he's gay, so that might go into a different realm. Oh my goodness! Shout out to Sweet Tooth with a big 10. Thank you, thank you, thank you so very, very much. My soundboard downstairs, but we chilling in the bedroom. Of course, every donation comes with a treat for the Overlord. Thank you, thank you, thank you so very, very much. I did type in his chat, but I didn't look back. So let's update the banner with 112 out of 250 for a movie night. Thank you, Sweet Tooth, so very, very much. W Sweet Tooth. Skype? I don't even think I have a Skype. Thank you, thank you, thank you very, very much. Would he come over here? I don't know if he would come over here. Okay, hold on. Zoom this in. Zoom that in. Where's me? The fuck? That's going wild. All right. Yeah, damn. Yeah, I don't really know how to do that. I don't know if I have I don't know if I have a Skype option. I mean, I could call on my phone, but then we're gonna be like, then we're here. That's not ideal. He's live in his Discord group. Okay, so I'll drop the link to my Discord if you want to send me a DM of his Discord. I haven't had a landline in probably 10 years. Okay, but how do I do that? I just have never had a reason for doing that.
Wrong thing. Like I said, this is your ideal court system.
Under the assumption they're like, oh man, they've been to prison. Now they're probably going to end up going straight. After they get through with him, fucking 10 years of this fucking therapy, they're going to be completely brainwashed. They're never going to fucking do another crime. That's what I want to see.
Really?
Yeah.
First Bender, have you ever seen A Clockwork Orange?
Yes.
Oh, sorry.
Okay. You remember how they got rid of criminals' evil thinking, right?
Yeah, that doesn't work. Fuck, come on. Come on, holding their eyelids open. Come on, what is this fucking Kubrick ass shit? It was a Kubrick torture experiment. Come on, that's not a real. I'm saying like something that is shown, like to have some empirical backing, not a guy having his eyelids held open, looking at a screen. It's ridiculous.
Fair enough. Although, actually, I gotta give you props. I didn't think you would get the reference. You suck on movies, man.
No, I don't. I've watched lots of movies.
You get in there. By the way, while we were...
All right, Sweet Tooth, I'm going to assume that was you. Just gave you full perms in the Discord. So if you just want to drop a link to his Discord, maybe we'll get in there.
Talking about Daniel, had any side comments you wanted to send my way?
Getting over
Daniel,
here.
do you have any side comments to send to AWOL Thoughts?
Really?
He said no.
Well, okay.
Okay. Tell him that I saw his debate on his channel, and it was actually pretty interesting from the earlier stuff he used to do that was boring.
All right. Well, appreciate your call, AWOL.
All right, man. Have a good night.
You too. Bye-bye. All right, everybody.
I bet you like the political stuff that I did on my channel.
Let me know, dude, if you want me to co-host. I might join you.
Yeah, obviously.
Yeah.
That'd be fun.
It's a lot more chill in
Is
there.
it?
I mean, you know, it
Mine is
can
not
get
chill.
like
I am not chill.
The man.
If it's
can
chill,
get, like, a
like
bit
you may want to find
stressier.
Krishan. What happened with Krishan? I don't
he's
understand.
No, he's okay. So he has like seasonal work, and it's summer, so he's going to be like really, really busy for the summer.
We can
So
talk.
like 3 months. He's
Still,
getting,
like
he won't be able to do it.
Sucks, dude.
Yeah, well, it is what it is.
Sucks cock.
Yeah, you know, last this Tuesday we did like the prompt was billionaires are the biggest threat to democracy.
Woo!
All right, I think we're here.
Hot take, kind of agree. I don't know. I think it's Christian
we
nationalists.
barely
I think,
found
I think
it.
it's probably Christian fascists.
Clicked on the room. Doesn't show
No
me.
worse than billionaires.
Behind them, you're gonna find some
But
billionaires.
there's billionaires paying for. Maybe.
Exactly.
Maybe.
We got the Indian
Citizens.
We got one more call.
Hello.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. What's going on?
All right. I can't stay for long, but I'll take your call. What's up, Indian Jesus?
No, not much. You had a good debate with quote unquote what was it, Dr. Kent the other day. I was thinking
Kent
about
Hovind?
I was thinking about covering that, but you know,
Can you turn off the music for me?
oh, my bad. Yeah.
Oh, you're good. Appreciate it. I just don't want to get content ID.
It's StreamYard info, but yeah, I got you. So good job with that. I have too many Christians in my audience. They wouldn't buy what you were saying. But
they would not buy what I was saying, like
Yeah.
just like the empirical facts.
Yep, they would be like,
Wait a second. They're like Christianity and evolution. They're not like really butting heads necessarily.
I agree.
They shouldn't.
But you know, the Christians can be Christian. But there are some things that I do tend to agree with them about. And since this is titled, what did you say? For a gay woke progressive, I was actually just talking to somebody in my own community who is trans and said that them being trans makes them more of who they really are. And they didn't really want to get into that. And so I'm wondering if you would be willing to get into that.
Sure.
So how I don't understand how it could be that you are born a certain way, whatever way that might be, and then changing that is more in line with who that person is.
In line with how that person is. Okay. Let me ask you this. Do you feel like a man?
I have no idea. I feel like me. I wouldn't. I don't have anything to compare it to. So I mean, I guess so. Yeah.
Do you work out?
Nope. Well, technically, donate, guys. If we hit the goal, then I do push-ups. But other than that, no.
So you don't like to, make yourself look better?
I mean, yeah, you're making me feel bad, man. Yeah, I should be working out more, but that is not something that I spend a lot of time doing.
Why should you be working out more?
Because I'm straight and I'm short, and so if I want a woman, then being short, you're gonna have to have a little meat on the bones.
Would feeling taller make you feel more like yourself?
No.
Really?
No. Yeah.
So then why would you want to be taller?
I do want to be taller.
Why would you want to be taller?
Because then women would be more amenable to me. I don't see any personal value in being.
So having
taller.
women would make you feel better about yourself?
Well, yeah, I'm a straight man. I want a wife and a family. And right now I don't have that. And I mean, it's not solely because I'm short, but I mean, let's not pretend that doesn't matter.
So that's kind of the way that, not exactly, but it's kind of the way how trans women feel.
Okay, and I totally
being that way would make them feel better about themselves.
And
they have an internal feeling that drives them to be that way.
Well, and I understand that part. The disconnect comes from trying to establish that as being yourself. I don't understand how that could be yourself if it's not yourself. In the same way that if I was taller, I would prefer to be taller for many reasons, but that's not who I am.
Tell you what, I'll provide you something that hopefully will help you. Hang tight. Just give me a second. I have to pull it up.
Sure.
Now, I've brought this up on other... open this in Chrome. Come on, Chrome. Open with Room. Okay. Sorry, just give me a quick second while I pull it up.
You get.
Okay.
Welcome to the party.
So I'm going to read you a quick excerpt, and you just tell me what you think of it, of what I just read. There are mechanisms of sexual differentiation. A major consequence of being genetically male versus female is differentiation of the gonads and as testes versus ovaries. Both XY and XX fetuses begin life with the same primordial gonads. However, at about week 6 of gestation, the testes determining genes on the Y chromosome cause these primordial gonads to differentiate as testes. If they do not become testes, they differentiate shortly thereafter as ovaries. Differentiation of the gonads into testes versus ovaries results in markedly different hormonal environments during development. Fetuses of both sexes are exposed to both androgens and estrogens from their gonads as well as other sources, such as the adrenal gland, the placenta, and the maternal system. However, there are dramatic differences in the amount of various hormones produced by the testes versus the ovaries, and these differences direct most subsequent events of sexual differentiation. Once gonads have differentiated as testes, they begin to produce hormones, notably testosterone and other androgens. Testosterone levels are higher in human male than in female fetuses, beginning as early as week 8 of gestation and peaking at about week 16. By about week of 24, testosterone levels have declined in developing males, and there is no longer a large sex difference. However, shortly after birth, the testes produce a second surge of testosterone, measurable in blood samples until about the 3rd to 6th month of postnatal life. In contrast, in the female fetus, the ovaries appear to produce relatively small amounts of hormones, particularly in comparison to the production of estrogen and progesterone by the placenta. As a result, there are no appreciable sex differences in circulating levels of estrogen or progesterone prenatally, although there appears to be a surge in ovarian estrogen in females shortly after birth for the first roughly 6 months of postnatal life. Now get this, right? Did you know that it turns out that there are babies, that secondary surge of testosterone actually causes the brain to shape into a more male typical brain. I'm not saying there are male brains or female brains, but there are male typical brains and female typical brains.
Okay.
So if there was, for example, the first surge of testosterone, but the lack thereof, then what would happen is they would have male gonads, but a female brain or female typical brain.
Okay.
Do you see how like I can examine a particular mechanistic reality here?
Sure. But it feels like you're just saying if this thing goes like this, then it's like this, and if it goes like that, it's like that.
I'm saying it can happen. So
right. And so that's
you
what
said
makes
that they have an internal
female.
feeling that drives them to be that way. I'm giving you a mechanistic outcome where that does happen. This is a literal mechanistic outcome. I'm not saying all trans people are like this. There's social implications. There's additional hormonal implications as well, but this is one of them. So you can see right here, you're asking whether or not why somebody would be driven with an internal feeling. This is one of them.
That's not at all what I'm asking. That's not at all what I'm asking.
Hold on, I wrote down what you said.
I completely understand the desire.
They have an internal feeling that drives them to be that way. You are asking why they have that.
No.
I gave you the reason why.
No, I completely understand
I literally wrote down what you said.
Okay, maybe you misinterpreted or mistyped it.
Right,
what I'm asking is the concept of changing oneself is more like the self than the unchanged self. I completely understand that there's a notion in public society that the modern society where you could feel like a woman or feel like a man even though you're not I don't even subscribe to that, but fine. People do feel that way. And I know people personally who have gone down that road, and they seem to be happier. Totally cool. I'm not, trying to say that people shouldn't be happy. What I'm trying to address is the specific point that you are saying you are more like yourself by changing yourself.
So if the internal brain is different than the external gonads, then it answers your question.
Can you elaborate a little more?
If you have gonads, you have testosterone surging, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Typically.
Yeah.
But if you did not receive that secondary set of hormones, it results in the brain developing into a female typical brain.
Okay.
But you are yet receiving testosterone throughout your life, and especially through puberty.
So
this causes somebody to feel like that they're in the wrong body.
So I mean,
So they feel like they're more like their self.
Right. I get all that, but I don't want to get too pedantic, but I don't even really understand how you could feel that way. I understand.
I just explained it.
No. I understand that.
I gave you a mechanistic outcome.
Okay. I read it. I heard it. I watched it. I saw all of that. I'm not confused about that part. I'm confused about how that part comports to reality. I understand people have delusions all the time. I'm not.
Are hormones reality?
Sure, but that.
Okay, this is an example of a hormone difference that is atypical.
And so that creates a feeling. That doesn't change the biological distinction. And so again, that goes back to my
there's the external gonads, which may or may not even be distinct.
What does that have to do with
it doesn't necessarily map on to exactly what's going on in the brain, or hormonally, or from a social aspect.
I'm not asking you how trans works, bro.
What do you think
my question is?
You said you're confused of how that comports to reality. I'm giving you instances of very real reality that is different from the typical black-white binary distribution, and instead including a more bimodal distribution. Do you understand what I mean by bimodal?
Yes, but I still don't like bimodal is still binary
bimodal is bimodal. It is not
but there's
exactly binary.
There's an overlap of how many categories in a bimodal structure? What's that?
Yes. So what's your problem?
No. I was asking. I said how
you
many.
Seem to understand perfectly how somebody could feel that way. So what's your issue?
Right. That's my point. So you're not listening. You and I both get that. I understand why they feel like that.
Stop.
Ooh. What?
If you could observe my stream,
I'm watching it as we speak, bro. I'm watching it as we speak.
All right. I have to mute you. Indian Jesus. Do not bring in meta. I am writing down what you say. I write down what people are saying because people commonly do this. What they do is they say that they did not say a thing that they 1000% said. I wrote down exactly what you said right here. You said it yourself. I don't understand how you can feel that way. However, when I've addressed the mechanistic outcomes, you say you understand. If you understand, that means you understand how someone could feel that way. Do not say to me that you did not say that, because you did say that. I wrote down what you said as you said it. So no, don't gaslight the situation. You cannot gaslight the situation. All right, now I'm going to let you talk. Go ahead.
Okay, so yes, I said that at the beginning, and then you went into the specific example, and then I clarified.
You didn't say that at the beginning. You said that right towards the end. I have it here at the end.
Okay, do you want to understand what I'm saying, or do you want to win?
Yes.
That was an either or. Do you want to win or do you want to understand?
I said, yes, I want to understand.
Okay, so I understand the reason that people think that being different makes them more like themselves. I understand everything that you just read out to me. So that is not in question. So since you've written down everything that I said, do you know what is my question?
You asked multiple questions.
Okay, so what's the last one that I specifically asked?
Do you understand?
Oh, we're playing this game. Okay, so the specific question was, how can it be, not how do you feel? I understand that you feel that changing yourself makes you more like yourself. I'm asking in actuality, how changing oneself makes you more like oneself. If I am a table and I change myself into a chair, how does that make me more of a table? Do you understand now that I'm not asking why people feel this way? I'm asking why, when people feel this way, we accept it as reality. Those are two entirely different questions.
Yeah, I understand that. How can it be? I gave you the mechanistic outcomes of how can it be.
Okay, again, not how can it be that the
So again, I'm going to show
feeling,
you
how
here.
can
Here's the circulating levels of
exist?
testosterone in
How
the
can
human
the
fetus and the
feeling?
neonate male, the solid line, having higher levels of testosterone than females.
I heard it. You don't need to reread it.
Particularly from about weeks 8 to 24 of gestation
Is
to
this
weeks
your
2 to
show?
26 of postnatal life.
Is this what
you
you
can
do?
observe right here in this secondary set that there do
Is
exist
he
in
muting
separate
me, or is he just
studies
talking
where
over
there
me?
is the lack
He's just
thereof of
talking
this
over
second
me as
bump
I'm
of
like, no,
testosterone,
I remember.
which results into a
I read it.
phenotypical brain.
I listened.
Okay, so then why are you asking me?
Because you're
how
not
can it
you're
be
answering
when
a
I've already
question that I
explained
asked
how
way
it do be
earlier.
do?
I've clarified what I'm asking you. I've clarified that. And
Do
you
you know
keep
what a
going back to
feline
the
is?
first iteration that
Do
maybe
you know what
I
a feline
apologize.
is?
I apologize. I was too broad. I apologize. I'll take that L. I was too broad.
Do you know
But
what sea-lining is?
I have since clarified specifically what I'm asking. And
Do
the
you know what
trans person that I was
sea-lining
talking to
is?
earlier today that I asked this question to
Do you know
perfectly
what
understood me.
sea-lining is?
I can't hear you when you're talking over me, because
Do
that's
you know
not
what
how
sea
that works.
lining is?
Do I know what is?
Sea lining. Do you know what it is?
No.
All right, I'll help you out because you're doing it right now. Hold on.
Okay.
All right, here we go. Yeah,
Burn.
by the way,
Fucking
'cause
burn.
you just see the live as opposed to like being 12 seconds behind. Yeah, okay. So here, it says here, this is a Wonder Mark comic. I do not mind most marine mammals, but sea lions, I could do without sea lions. Don't say that out loud. Pardon me, but I couldn't help it over here. Now you've done it. I would like to have a civil conversation about your statement. Would you mind showing me evidence of any negative thing a sea lion has ever done to you? Go away. There is no need to raise your voice. I'm right here. I'm curious if you have any sources to back up your opinion. You're in my house. You made a statement in the public for all to hear. Are you unable to defend the statements you make? Or are you simply unwilling to have a reasoned discussion? Told you, dude. Sea lions. I've been unfailingly polite, and you two have been nothing but rude. I am trying to eat breakfast. Very well. We shall resume in an hour. So once again, I've already addressed exactly what your concern was. I showed you a direct causal mechanism.
Bro,
to
I'm not
how
asking about a
it
scientific thing. You're
can
not
be.
understanding
So
my.
again,
If this is what you do,
stop
if this is what you
sea-lining and
do,
address
then I
the
wish you
position?
luck with your show. This is
Can you
fucking
sea
pathetic,
lion
bro.
and can you stop sea lining and actually address the position?
Okay, what is it that you would like me to address, Mr. First Amender?
All right. I've already told you.
Yes,
how
and
it
I
can
agreed
be.
with all of that.
Now
So what else would you like me to do? Nothing that
how
you've
it
said do I
can
disagree
be,
with.
What is your claim?
I'm not making a claim, motherfucker. I'm asking a question.
Yeah, and I answered it. Now
No,
what?
it's fine. So you gave an answer.
You
and
agreed that I answered
yes,
it.
You answered
Just like 2
right,
seconds
and then
ago.
okay, all right.
Are
Can we
you
All
okay?
right, yes. Can we bring it down? Can we bring it down? Because we're clearly
Yes, we
talking
can
past
bring
each
it
other,
down.
and this is not helpful.
Now, please.
So I
what
understand.
is your claim?
Okay, I again did not make a claim. So what I said earlier was I don't understand how you could think that, and you gave me the scientific basis on why somebody would think that. And so then I clarified, okay, yes, I understand why somebody would think that. What I actually meant was that I don't understand how you could, number one, feel that way and also think that you are being accurate to reality. And so the idea there is based on yourself changes more like yourself.
Already addressed this as well.
Okay, maybe I'm stupid then. Put it in dumber terms.
Hormones.
Treat me like
I've
I'm
already
5.
told you. Hormones are real. You agree that hormones are real. Hormones and the lack thereof can result in changes in body morphologies, including in the brain.
Okay, but
this passes the blood-brain barrier.
Okay, but let's stop
this
there.
Is
Hold on, let's stop there. Wait.
So
I'm
you can feel that way and also be accurate to reality.
Fucking liberals! Holy shit, bro! Holy shit, bro! Slow down.
Buddy, you need
It's
to chill down.
okay, dude.
You're
It's
gonna
okay.
pop a vein or something. Just
all I am doing is answering your questions.
Yeah,
and
but
are
you're
freaking
ranting
out for
over.
no
You're
reason.
saying a lot of things that are not addressing what I'm trying to say, and maybe it's my
I wrote
fault.
down what you
Maybe
said.
it's
I
okay.
know what
Fine,
you
dude.
said.
Fine. It's my fault that you're not addressing what I'm saying. But you're not addressing what I'm saying. So allow me. When you start talking, I'm like,
If
no,
it's your
wait, that's
fault,
not what I mean.
How can it be his fault?
So what
Are
is
you
your
insane?
claim? You
Yet
said you
again,
didn't make a claim.
Yet again.
So then
did
why
not
are you
have a-
talking?
Why are you asking me for a claim when I haven't
You
made
have
a
no
claim?
claims. You have no arguments. Got it.
Right. I have a question for you to answer. And
All right, what's the
and
question?
fine. So maybe
already answered all of your
originally
questions.
I phrased that in a way that was not as clear. So then I tried to clarify, and you went back
Yes,
to
and
the
I've already
same
explained
thing.
it.
So
Hormones
again,
are real. You agree that it is hormones are real, and it is in fact accurate
Yes.
to reality.
Yes.
So the
Agree with all of
proponent
that.
It
Great.
is not accurate to reality is incorrect.
Exactly.
explained it.
So what I am saying is that whatever level of hormones you have and however that makes you feel is not directly connected to your biology, your bimodal biology, correct?
Wrong.
How is that wrong?
Your bimodal biology often results in hormones.
That's
in a
not
specific way
I
versus
didn't say
another.
results in. I said dictates. It doesn't dictate where
this
you
comes
fall in
into the
that
question of,
bimodal
like,
thing.
what causes what? There's like the XY chromosomes that could cause the hormones, or it could be the hormones
Okay.
causing the XY. We don't actually know that.
Okay, fine. Let's simplify
Yeah, I
this.
mean, the
Whichever
reality is most
whichever
likely
level
that
of
all these
hormones you
things are,
have.
like, interrelated.
Who
I'm
is
still
this?
talking,
Who
dude.
is
Just
this?
chill
Can
down
I
a bit.
can I
Buddy,
not be
buddy, can you hear
interrupted?
me? Is my mic working, Amanda?
Yeah, your mic is working. It's just
Yeah, I don't know why these guys like.
Who the
talking
fuck
while
are
I'm
you?
talking.
That's Daniel
Yeah,
here.
it's
He's
me.
my
It's
co-host.
Daniel.
Okay,
I'm the
hi,
co-host.
welcome. I didn't know you were alive. I'm in the middle of a
Yeah, but
conversation. Thank
I
you.
was literally fucking talking. Can you not hear me? Oh my god, dude! It's like
I've already addressed all
I
these
didn't know there was anybody else here, motherfucker. Oh my god. All right.
You don't know how to use Discord. You don't. You can't see this.
I'm
like, three people in
on
this Discord
YouTube.
channel?
I'm not. I opened Discord to
You're
get into
not
the
used
call
to
because
all,
one
man.
of
Sorry.
your
There's
people
four
said
people
that they
now.
wanted me to come on your show. So I'm doing you a
Do you have
favor
any
now.
other questions? We've already addressed all of your questions. Do
Okay,
you have
so
any
you're
others?
just you win and I'm done. Is that what we're doing then?
I'm
I
asking.
wanted to
I'm
ask
not
you-
asking
let me
any
ask
meta. I'm
you
asking
something.
specifically. I'm not
How much
asking
do you
any
know
meta.
about
I'm asking. Give me a
biology?
question
I
that we
can't
have
hear
not
your
answered
co-host
already.
is talking over you. I can't hear what you're saying.
I am asking. Give me a question that has not been answered already.
Okay. Maybe it has been answered already, but maybe I'm too stupid. So maybe if you could simplify this for me. I'm not trying to big up anybody. I am here in genuine good faith. It does not make sense to me that regardless of how you feel, I can understand that you could be born male and you can have certain hormone levels that make you feel like you would be more aligned with a female.
Yeah.
Can we stop
Well,
there? Okay.
regardless. So
Wait,
would
hold
you
on.
feel
No,
that-
wait. That's not. I'm just trying to stay on the same point so I can finish my question so we're on the same page. We're together there, right? That we both agree that some people could be born male and have certain hormones that they believe they would be better as a woman. Just point one, yes or no. We're on the same page, right?
That would be up to that person to
Right.
decide.
So somebody could do that. Okay. And so my question comes in to the idea that whatever level of hormones that person has, regardless of how they feel, they are male or female unless they fall into the intersex, which is a different category. But if they fall into the male or female category, regardless of how they feel, you cannot tell me that you are more of yourself if yourself is a male and you change yourself to be a woman. Or rather, I don't understand that. I don't. Sorry, wait. I don't understand that. Sorry, you can absolutely say whatever you want.
Yeah,
I
but the
personally
sex
don't
never changes. The gender changes.
But that's
Gender changes.
I mean, did you? Blair White was just debating somebody who said a male who's saying no, I transition.
Yeah, Blair White
female.
is like a substantial anti-trans bigot, right? They don't.
Okay,
they don't,
great. So if you let me finish my question, if you let me finish the sentence, it wasn't about Blair White. Oops. It wasn't about Blair White. It wasn't about Blair White. It wasn't about Blair White. It wasn't about Blair White, bro.
Listen to what you said.
What did I say then? Go ahead. Go ahead and tell me what I said.
You said the idea or whatever, however.
No, what did I say about the Blair White thing? What did I say about the Blair White thing? What did I say about the Blair White thing, bro?
Category that cannot be more of yourself. Gender changes, not sex.
Right. What did I say about Blair White when you cut me off? You cut me off about my sentence on Blair White. So you already know what I was going to say, right?
That's not a good source.
I'm not using her as a source. That's why you need to listen to the end of the sentence. That's why you need to listen to the end of the sentence, sweetie. Because I'm not using Blair White as a source. I'm using the person that debated. Oh my God! Can I finish a sentence? They know that if they let me finish the sentence. I thought he was talking about Blair White, but he wasn't talking about Blair White. So if I let him finish his sentence, I'm going to look stupid.
I just want to be clear here, right? Is it fair to say, despite how you feel, biological reality is going to stand in the way of how you feel, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you said earlier that you would get more women if you were taller.
Mm-hmm.
So therefore, you will not get women because the biological reality is that you're short.
I mean, I'm not going to get no women. I'm just not going to get as many.
Well, no, you're not going to get women because the biological reality is that you're short. That's your argument.
That is absolutely not my argument. Scroll up on your thing. No. Scroll up on your thing and show the world where I said that. Scroll up on your notepad. Go ahead. Show me where I said that I will get no pussy because I'm short. Go ahead.
It's most likely you're not going to get any.
No, I'm saying it naturally entails.
It doesn't though.
On the basis of your argument, biological reality prevents you from having women.
Okay, so do you want me to finish the sentence that you cut me off or no? Do you actually want to have a conversation or are you just trying to look cool?
I have to end the show.
Yeah, of course.
30 minutes past.
All right, dude. All right, dude.
If you could.
He server muted me.
That was fucking
pussy because you're a baby. If you're a baby, like women are just gonna look at you.
Anyway, just FYI, for those who are listening, just FYI, I don't believe just because you're short, you can't get women. I think that you could easily get women despite the fact if you're short. And there's nothing saying that, oh, you're short, therefore no women. No, I think if you're a good person and you've got charisma, and honestly, best advice, here's the best advice. You want to get a girl, no problem. Here's what you do. Reciprocate. Seriously, like just
in the Discord,
talk to them and be
in the Discord, proof that they are straw manning. Proof that they're straw manning because I am server muted right now. I am server muted while I'm still in the room, and they're not letting me talk.
Thank you. We're gonna end the show. What you got to say, 50?
Just really quick, I just feel like there's a misunderstanding. It sounds like Blair White had a trans person on the show, and this trans person just happens to be wrong. Like, is that correct? The trans person is one of those trans people that happens to claim that they can change their sex, and it's like, I feel like he was just trying to get through that point. Sorry, that was driving me crazy.
Got it. Appreciate it. All
right.
We're good. Thank you. We'll have conversations.
Really?
For sure. Thank you, Andy and Jesus, for joining.
Have
a great rest of your night, y'all. We got more of these. I've got on the road for the weekend. I'm gonna be fighting Jad. So
who's Jad?
To talk Jad. Don't you know what Jad is, bro?
I don't know.
Jad is.
So now I got now. What the fuck?
Just saying.
Why is it still? Oh,
it's this.
I mean, I didn't know about like, Jad, dude. Okay,
Jad.
sorry.
That's fucking wild. That is the most bad faith discussion I've ever had, and I cannot wait to cover it and show how disingenuous that was. Holy fucking shit. Everybody fucking understood. Everybody understood. Shout out to Bugs. $5. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And shout out to Sweet Tooth. Very much appreciated with the big 5. Yes, we are getting both for both. I appreciate that. You call that out. I mean, I think anybody who was genuinely watching that understands that that was fucking pathetic. And at the very least, when I came in to say the person debating Blair White said that she was a female, here, I'll drop the link to this I guess I already said it, right? This Farragus channel in the chat. That is the first amender, the best debater there ever was. I gotta take notes and still can't fucking get by what you're saying. That was amazing. So, Sweet Tooth, shout out to you. I did not expect to have that much fun, and of course, adding to the weekly movie night goal. Thank you so very, very much. Let's go talk some shit with Confluence. Hey, Wall, welcome to the party. Debating. I hope you're saying last week and not this week. I debate him this week, and he's gonna take that debate you had and gonna chop it up for clips. But I'll call him out because I'm going back over to that channel. Great job, man. Thank you. That's just his method. He plays the disingenuous role where he doesn't seem to understand what you're saying, and then Daniel jumps in to distract people. Well, hey, my channel's 5 point whatever times larger than his, and I'm going to cover it, and I'm going to clip it up. So guess who's gonna win that game? We can play games. Motherfucker. I can't. What was the first thing I said? The first thing I said is you did a great job against that Christian dude. And I wish I would have covered it, but you fucking Christian. I came in, what do I always say? About goodwill. Get that goodwill. I did everything I could do to be in good faith, and multiple times I was like, all right, let's chill it out. Let's chill it out and try to get back to what we're actually saying. But of course, the fucking liberals have no desire for that. They have no desire. Yeah, right? With his fucking glasses. Blair White is... It doesn't matter what you say because you said Blair White. I was trying to look cool. He had no points, just cut you off and use straw man logic, then launch into monologues over a yes or no. I guess that's what it is. Hey, Box, again. Welcome to the party. And welcome to the party. Thank you. So welcome to my world. Munch, you're always muting me. At least I have the ability to sit in my valley of wrong. Do not compare the two of us. When did they have to say lunch to shut me up? I appreciate the 5, but don't do me like that. You know that you do that, and you know that that's different. Got him. I have not debated Tom Fleary. Usually seems to have a much better conversation. I haven't seen his stuff for a while, though. Yeah, I'm subscribed to the channel. I always see that he's live, but we don't really have any mutual contacts or anything. Like if he ever did an open panel, I would definitely join. But yeah, he seems like a good faith dude. On First Amendment. Oh man. The sea lions, bro. Oh my god, that was so gay. That was so fucking gay. Any end of the stream. That was pathetic. That was pathetic. Let's go talk shit with I did promise compliments that I would show over, but you know. So let's see what they're talking about first. That's the mistake. That's a mistake that we always use, or that we always do. We don't listen, and we just jump in.
Just refer to people as like, and you even like. I feel like you were even more like. You're like, why should I have to? Nobody is making you do any of these things. But at the workplace,
until I call somebody by the wrong pronoun out in public, and I end up splattered all over the internet.
Let's go.
Yeah,
well, but that's like.
Let's go. Lutch. That was the weakest shit I've seen in a long time.
And if you did end up losing your job or something happened, you could probably just start a GoFundMe. I mean, if you can call somebody the N-word at like a Krispy Kreme or whatever the fuck it was, like there are
Burger King. That was a Cinnabon, okay? Get it right.
I'm just saying it's not as like one-sided as it once was. If you spoke to me like maybe a decade ago, because like I'm trying to be as sympathetic as possible. I do think a lot of this shit did go too far, and like, but I just feel like there are limitations that are placed upon you, and then there are limitations that are.
And I think I'm about as sympathetic. I think I'm about as sympathetic as I morally can be, and that's.
I got a chat.
If that's not good enough, I think somebody else said it was good enough. But if that's not good enough for anybody else, then I don't know what to tell you. That's all you're gonna get. I'm walking a very thin line with my own morals, and if you think that it's okay to ask me to do so, then something is wrong with you.
I got a jet. I just want to incept this into the brains of the disagreeers to help them argue here. The idea that in some way, the idea in some way that this is helping people to be polite to them, and to me is just wild, because either you're giving into their emotional abuse of I'm going to do self-harm unless you do what I say, or you're giving into this state of being that allows them to not only one, have an attempted suicide rate that makes some of the most extreme examples in the world look like nothing, or two, gives them a status that makes them significantly more likely to develop other mental disorders, like 5 times the rate of the normal populace. So either way, there's no defending this, and then we can see that gender-affirming care only drops the attempted suicide rate down like 25, maybe 30% in some of the most recent studies.
25%.
Yeah, what is that fucking high? That's nothing. It's still higher than, like, if you look at some of the most extreme events, like Jews in concentration camps commit suicide at half the rates of fucking. It's not saying it's the same. I'm giving you a more extreme, something way worse than being transgender in modern society. And it's like, those people weren't even committing suicide at the same rates. Something is wrong here more than just social bullying. And to say it's just that, it's silly emotional abuse.
So one of the reasons cited for the high suicidality is the lack of social acceptance. And I understand, again, the objection of why people don't want it to be socially accepted, blah, blah, blah. But I'm just saying that it is kind of like that is contributing to the issue itself.
A small part of it is, you are right, but it's not at all to blame for a suicide rate that makes some of the most extreme examples in.
I don't know what happened. I'm just getting a drink. Because they're all going to want to talk shit about this.
All right, it was a good conversation. I do appreciate it. No hard feelings to anybody.
Good to see you, Lutch.
What's good? Oh my God, Tyler, I'm so glad you're here. Compliments. Obviously, you're here, but I'm so glad I get to talk to you about this. So somebody came into my chat and was like, "Yo, First Amender is live right now. You should go talk to him." And I've seen First Amender on Horseradish, and it seems like a relatively cool dude. I was actually almost about to cover his fucking I don't know why this is doing this. But I was gonna cover his evolution debate, and I went in. and I was like, oh, hey, good to see you. Da 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 da. He was talking about gay, come debate a gay woke or something. And I was having a conversation with someone in my community about how can you be more yourself as less of yourself. If you're trans, then you're not yourself. You're another thing. And so I was trying to talk about the idea, that concept itself. And he kept trying to explain, well, duh, people feel this way because they have different hormones. Like, no. I understand that people feel this way. How do you square the circle that they feel this way and also think that they are comporting with reality? And he spurred the fuck out and rage quit.
Yeah, I don't know. That's a hard one. I mean, I would agree with you, but only from like a religious lens, I guess. But obviously you're coming from not a religious lens. Because otherwise it feels like, I'm just trying to imagine if I wasn't religious, then are you becoming less of yourself? Like, I feel like you could make some like self-actualization argument that you're like, no, I think this is who I was supposed to be, or this is who I want to be. And it doesn't really matter which one of those two things is true. Like without a religious framework, I'm not trying to get down to like some like foundationalism or anything, but without that, then I don't know how we could tell somebody else, no, the way you're living is not, I don't think you're like actualizing in the right way.
I mean, doesn't trans, I mean, did somebody already say trans indicates that you are not the thing that you are saying after trans? Trans woman indicates that you are not a woman. So
yeah, I guess, I don't know. I think that's kind of, I don't know, maybe focusing on the words too much. I mean, there's a lot of changes that people can make that.
He, her, he, him, they, that, they're whatever.
Well, right. I'm not saying they don't. Yeah, I'm not saying they don't focus on the words either. But just in this specific argument, I guess, like, I don't know. There's a lot of stuff. There's a lot of changes people want to make in their life, and we kind of will choose what we think is a good change or not a good change. And some of that's left up to just like what people personally feel. And so without a religious framework, I guess I don't know exactly how I would say that this is definitely a bad thing. Besides looking at outcomes, and I mean, I already said this before, but I agree with what Smoking is saying here. When you're fighting over pronouns, you're not fighting for preference, you're fighting over who and what shapes the future. Look beyond yourself and see how the world would be like 20, 50, 100 years. I mean, that's my main concern. It's like from an individual level, I don't mind using the correct pronouns for people, but I do have that worry in the back of my mind of like, and things are kind of boomeranging back now, but yeah, what trajectory is this going to lead to? And is this going to be a healthier society or a less healthy society? And it seems like it's leading in a less healthy way. But on an individual basis, I don't know if I could tell somebody without a religious framework or anything that like, hey, this is definitely the wrong decision for you as a person. Like that to me seems like something I don't know if I'd feel comfortable besides the fact that I am religious. So, therefore I will make those sweeping statements.
I'm trying. I don't know what's going on with my camera. I'm going to pop out and back in again one more time.
I appreciate you being able to put your God aside, Confluence. I respect you.
Me too. All right, let's try this one more time. If we don't get, if the camera's not working, then the camera's not working. I don't know what the fuck to tell you.
But
I don't feel like your free speech is being violated.
Confluence.
You're not being compelled to say anything you don't want
I
to
did
say.
have a question for you, Confluence.
Yep.
Do you are you a fan of like the online like Macho Man like Tim Ferriss kind of sphere?
I don't know who that is. So do you mean like alpha males or do you mean like gym bro people or like what?
Like the finance like get a date now like life advice type people.
I don't. I guess it depends on the channel, maybe. Like Caleb Hammer, I like Don't Threaten Me with a Good Time. I get so much dopamine from watching him scream at people.
I was surprised. You've never seen Tim Ferriss on YouTube?
No.
Tim Ferriss.
I can't tell if you mean like pickup artists or like alpha males or like.
I mean like people who could do this diet or do this like financial strategy and get rich or get healthy quick or something like that.
Probably
like finance.
I've said before I'm a big fan of home math. I know Anson is too, and I would say gives like.
Before he blew
Did
up.
you really?
Yeah.
Oh, based. Yeah, that guy, I love that guy.
Well, because I saw him on TikTok before he blew up.
Wait, which channel were you on, Ninja Jesus?
No, I had Home Math on my channel.
Oh, you got home out on hit your chin. Okay.
Yeah, that's based. But yeah, so someone like that, like it depends on, like obviously depends on who's giving the advice. I think Sam Hyde actually gives pretty good life advice, although some people.
Sam Hyde?
I actually no. When you like, not when he's like saying his like crazy stuff, but when he actually is just like talking, people like write him letters and stuff, and like how can I improve my life, and he'll sometimes just give like actionable advice, and I actually think he gives good advice. I actually think he does.
Real quick, can you?
It's not as crazy as you think.
Can you look up who I'm talking about?
Got
Because I think you might know him, but not by names. Confluence?
Tim Ferriss wheel?
No, Tim Ferriss.
I don't know what the fuck he said. He
Like
sounded
the
like
animal?
he jumped into the Matrix.
Hey, Elder.
He was.
No, I've never seen this guy.
Stefan Molyneux, but I think like the name Lauren Southern comes to mind when I hear that.
Isn't Molyneux? Isn't that like a white supremacist?
Yep.
Well, he's actually one of these white supremacists who, to my understanding, wasn't he like a Giga Zionist, or am I confusing him with someone else?
Molyneux or Tim Ferriss?
Molyneux.
I don't know. I don't know if he was a Zionist. That seems confusing.
Well, yeah, I don't think he was, but there are.
Yeah, you can understand him. He sounds like a robot.
There's two types of white nationalists. There's the white nationalists who like love Ukraine and Israel, and then there's white nationalists who love Ukraine but hate Israel. There's white nationalists who hate Ukraine and Israel.
That sounds like three types.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's three types.
So you're saying that white nationalism has nothing to do with your affinity for those countries whatsoever?
Well, not exactly, because all white nationalists are, well.
Ooh, I got a good question for the panel.
They have strong opinions on it because it depends whether you think Jews are white or not.
I think we can all agree they're not.
No, I grant them
Even
white.
the white
The Jews are
even the
100%
white supremacists
Nope, they are
and the
white.
left. This is a horseshoe thing.
So we're
Both
last
sides
on the
agree
club,
they're not
they're
white.
officially white. All right. If Greeks get to be white, then
All right, so I just came up here to ask one question. Are we ever going to accept the fact that Kirk obviously has a crush on Confluence and that's why he's here all the time?
Yeah, for real.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with that.
Elephant in the room.
I've never thought that before.
I don't have a crush on Confluence.
Do you want to
Face lock, Kirk.
Kirk, do you want to cup his balls? Is that why you're here?
No.
Are you sure?
Did you hear him giggle right there? Did you hear him giggle?
You
Right
should
there?
ask him what his balls are like. You might change your mind after he talks about himself.
wait, is this just like, all right, now we're going to bully Kirk hour? Because
Yeah, not the bully
I'm
Kirk
bullying
hour.
Confluence. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
We're
bullying Confluence and Kirk at the
talking
same
about pronouns, and Elder Liam doesn't
The
even have
2-for-1
his
deal.
pronouns, and Anson doesn't have his pronouns set.
Yeah, pronouns are gay.
Yeah, dude, my pronoun is official. I'm Confluence 358. You can refer to me as official.
What about official self?
Can I get a dilly for First Amender is obeyed?
I don't know him, so I don't know. But dilly dilly.
That's a little
Burn the
high.
bridge,
I think
no force.
beta's too high on the hierarchy for him. He might be like a gamma.
Wait, who are you talking about? Indian Jesus?
First
Some panel
Amender.
first guy.
So he's doing a call, or he was doing a call-in show, and
What's his name? Wait, what's his name?
What?
What's his name?
First Amender. One
First
ST
Amender.
Amender. Yeah.
He's a debate bro. He's a fucking lefty freak.
Yeah,
Mhm.
I didn't realize it was like that. ask me if I had rather debate trans with First Amender or debate religion with Andrew Wilson. Choice. But like I call him because I was literally, there's a trans person in my community who we were having a genuine conversation because she was putting like funny trans memes. Like what's this one that give me 2 seconds here. It's like I put the demon and something. Hold on, sorry, it's right here. Don't give in to the butt demons. Don't be gay. Repent and follow Christ. # Pride Month. But the DE and the M from Pride and the MON from month were capitalized. Just a little, funny little meme thing, nothing too crazy, but it started a conversation. I was like, well, how doesn't that kind of like mess with how you see the world and whatever? And it got into the idea that she said she feels more like herself as a woman than as a man. And I'm like, that doesn't make sense. And so she didn't, I was going live anyway, and I was waiting for you guys. And then someone came in my chat. I was like, "Oh, First Amendment's law." I was like, "All right, I'll go have a conversation with him."
Could I use an example?
Study about, well, hormones are this, so some people can feel this. Yep, I got that.
I have an example that maybe you can understand. I understand it's not categorized as gender dysphoria, but I brought this up before. But one of the most common things that people who are cis, so whatever,
normal people,
terrible.
Just call us normal.
Please don't do that.
You guys can soy out. That's totally fine.
Triggering me so
normal,
hard right
yes,
now.
normal people. Yes.
I've
yes.
been-
Why don't
I've
you
been
make up a
grammar
derogatory word to
Nazi
describe
since middle
normal?
We're all so mad.
Oh my god, he said cis. Oh my god.
No, I've been a grammar Nazi since middle school. You ain't putting that fucking bullshit on me. Use the language correctly. Anyway.
So one of the easiest examples, there are two examples. So one for men is when they start losing their hair, they start to feel less manly. Another one is women when they get breast cancer, if they get either mastectomies or partial mastectomies. But if like a woman were to get a mastectomy form, which is basically like a prosthetic to like make them look like they still have breasts, nobody is like, why are we feeding their delusions? Like easily understand why they feel quote unquote.
I'm that way.
Or
who are these people that aren't that? I think that if you cover up a bald head, you're a fucking idiot. And you're prideful about your body, and you're escaping the truth.
A common one for men, or like men, even like, but that is a common one for men, is that they will feel less quote. And when
that's their fucking problem. I'm not gonna be like, oh, I'm so sorry you have a bald head. Fucking grow up here. Shut the fuck up.
What about men who take like TRT?
Yeah, no, but hear me out. But if you see a man wearing a wig, are you going to be like, why the fuck do you have a wig on your head? You're bald, you fucking freak.
Every single time.
Yeah, I'm gonna make fun of his ass.
I've been that way.
Yeah, you're fucking right. I'm gonna make fun of his ass.
It's a lot easier to understand like the dysphoria aspect of it, or when someone says that, hey, I don't feel like myself. It's a lot easier to understand in the terms when you're thinking about your own sort of like.
That's totally
femininity.
different.
That's
totally different. That's totally unrelated. Like being.
How is it different?
It is related in one way where you think that you can be vain enough to like manipulate other people into thinking that you're not the way you are. Like that's the same way trans people are. So yes,
women
they're vain
we should
and
be like, why you
self-centered.
don't have
Thank you
tits.
for pointing that out.
You don't have tits anymore. Why are you pretending like you have tits? You lost them.
Right.
What the fuck is wrong with you, freak? That's
I
what
don't
we
think
should
there's
do.
anything wrong. If someone has cancer and a woman, like especially a woman, loses all her hair,
cancer,
I
that's
don't
the-
think it would be.
Not all
Well,
their
no,
hair.
I'm
I'm
just-
saying
I'm
mastectomy.
I'm trying
breast
to bridge
cancer.
the gap because I understand what you're saying, Tessie. I'm trying to see if Anson
Oh,
would say
you're
that
on my
that
side,
example is also
Okay,
bad.
You're on my side. I
Like
don't
if someone with cancer, a woman is like, yeah, I'm losing my hair, so I'm gonna get a wig. Like I feel like we'd all understand that. Like I don't know if I would see it as like she's trying to trick people. It's just like she's probably feeling horrible.
That's the same sort of thing where you don't go around making fun of people that have one leg and walk around with a fake leg, right? That's
go
fucked
around
up.
making fun of trans people. I just
Right.
don't
I do.
Correct. I don't go
I do.
around making fun of people who have toupees. I just don't pretend that they're not.
I do.
There you
No, you're supposed to make fun of them. They're funny.
Well, you could. I mean, you could do that if you want. I'm not saying you shouldn't.
Then I guess why is the
I
wig
don't.
example?
We do
Is that
pretend
the
they're not
same?
Can we go back?
Is that the same as the TRT example? If you're a man, is that the same as the mastectomy
It's not a
form
one for one.
thing?
Hold on.
It's not one
Sorry,
for one. I'm just trying to
someone-
highlight in a more understandable terms. Sorry. Go
I
ahead.
think whoever looks like, I guess that's Glitter Balls, said something to Anson, but I would love to get in. What did you just say before that? If it was you, I'm sorry.
Me or
I think
Glitter Balls.
yeah, it is Pride Month. So no, I was just trying to give an example or some examples of like because you said like that when this person in your community said like I feel more comfortable with the other whatever. I was just like maybe people can understand it a little bit better if they think of it in terms of their own gender because I'm very comfortable being a man. I feel very secure in my masculinity. If I were to start to have various issues like maybe falling testosterone or some other things like I probably would feel like quote unquote less like a man. And again, it's not gender dysphoria, right? I understand that this is a separate thing. It's not a one to one, so I'll grant that. I'm just saying it should be a little bit easier to understand not feeling
I make fun of guys that take TRT too. That's fucking stupid.
Okay, so with that was the thing that triggered me. Not triggered me, but triggered my thought that you're talking about either people get the the implants after mastectomy or hair, wig, whatever. That stuff, I think, is a great example of this. And as you said, nobody's going to make fun of those people. But nobody thinks that somebody who has, I mean, maybe, the mastectomy is a bad example because of how many fake boobs are around. But let's stick with the bald head. Nobody thinks that if they know you are bald from cancer and you're wearing a wig, that you're not bald. And if you were talking to the person with cancer who was bald that was wearing a wig, and they're like, no, this is my real hair, would you be like, yeah, of course?
I think we're shifting. This is kind of what Mo's saying. Good to see you, Mo, by the way. But I feel like we're kind of shifting back to what we were talking about before. But with IJ, with the person you're saying, they're doing this because it makes them feel more like themselves. And with wearing the wig, even if you're not tricking somebody into thinking that you have hair, but if you feel more like yourself as a woman who's lost their hair or a woman who's lost their boobs, and you get, the fake boobs.
So that's replacing something.
But you're doing
not something new.
Right. But you're still doing something, I guess. I understand why they're not parallels, but I'm just saying those would both be examples of things that you're doing that would make you feel more like yourself without necessarily trying to lie to other people.
No, I totally agree. And that's what I'm saying, that the point stands, because in either case, there's no pretending that the perception is the reality. There's no pretending that because you wear a wig.
I would disagree. I think even if
now to someone who doesn't know, maybe in the same way, if you're a passing trans, then nobody might know that you're not actually a male or a female. But if it comes down to it, we all know that no, you are male or you are female, except for the very, 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 very few people who are in the bimodal category of intersex.
Sure. This discussion that originally started, I don't know if the stream title is still this, but it was more, I guess, the societal, or should we respect them? Okay, so this is more broad. I'm speaking more to like the societal, I guess, treatment, because I would say that even if there was a bald person that lost their hair to cancer, whatever it might be, and then they said, no, this is my hair, you would at the very least recognize how deeply insecure they are about losing their hair, and that's why they're saying it. And so it just unless you're like a sociopath, I don't think you would contradict them and say, no, what the fuck are you talking about? You're obviously bald. And like more broadly, we treat people even with bad toupees this way. We don't single them out. Like we see that they're bald. It's clear that they're bald, but most people don't go out of their way to like correct them.
Right, correct. And I'm in agreement with you. In the same way that I don't go out of my way. I was talking about how I worked with a trans man, a female, that transitioned to a man. My first dog training job at Petco, and it never came up that he was trans. I call him he because his name was Shane. He looked like a dude. He acted like a normal person and whatever. So that was Shane. That was that dude. That doesn't mean that if he asked me, am I a male, that I would say yes. There's two different, you're conflating having the actual reality with making fun of the fact that the reality is not what the person wants. Those are two completely different things. I agree with you. We should not make fun of people who are bald. We should not make fun of people who have had double mastectomies. We should not make fun of trans people just on the basis that they're trans. But at the end of the day, the bald person is bald. The cancer patient who's had the mastectomy does not have breasts anymore, or natural breasts anymore, and the trans person is not the opposite sex.
Sure, I can accept that like a personal belief, and if you want to like carry yourself within society, but that I guess that's my really the only where the rubber meets the road. My disagreement is just that, well, this is what I'm advocating, or what I guess the position I took was that this is why I would say that it's better to at least treat these people this way in society, whether or not you object to it on some level.
But do you disagree with anything he said, Testy? Like if a trans person actually asked you, am I a male? If it's like Ellen Page and they're like, do you think I'm a male? Would you actually say yes to that?
I mean, I probably would.
Why?
No, you wouldn't. Male?
Why?
Not even a man, but male.
Wait. This is really important here. Why do you feel that feel that it would be beneficial to you or them to enable the idea that Ellen Page is a male?
Okay, I think for Elliot.
Elliot, how dare you?
Got him.
Specifically, almost got me. I think if somebody has already taken those steps, because I think they have gotten a double mastectomy. Like if somebody is at least post surgery in some way, then I don't really feel like I'm reinforcing anything at that point. So, because like there's no further that they can go. So I don't feel like one way or the other, it makes a difference. And so I'm not going to be like, well, what are your gametes though? You know, your bile, like you can't like. To me, that's just an unproductive conversation. For the
but wouldn't you be? You would be lying to them. You'd agree with that
Sure,
if they actually asked you point blank.
Even but for the sake of social convention, like it doesn't affect me one way or the other.
It does. It does.
It does not
lying,
at all.
normalizing lying is one of the least kind things that you can do in a culture. It basically like distorts the fabric of the entire society. It makes it untenable.
And this
Like,
is what I brought up earlier. This
I
is
would
what
like-
I brought up earlier. Somebody pinned it. My moral objection to this is, I'm sorry, I'm not going to lie to myself and in turn lie to you. It's
Sure.
just, that's not
I need
okay.
an answer. Apart from Indian Jesus, I need an answer to this then. And let's skip the bald thing. We'll go to the more obvious one. If a woman either gets a partial or a full mastectomy, and then they wear a mastectomy form, or they also have mastectomy bras, but they create the sense of like
already had
fullness.
breasts.
Then yes, so the symmetry breaker is that they already had
It's a
breasts. So yes.
restorative surgery, but because of a medical condition.
Are we talking?
It's a prosthetic.
Yeah, just a prosthetic. Yeah, if they ask me, do I have breasts? I might say it looks like you have breasts. But I would feel weird if I was like, yes, you have. Just like if a guy with like 2 prosthetic legs is like, do I have legs? I'd be like, you have prosthetic legs.
The reason I skipped the leg thing is I'm trying to address things that like have some sort of like attachment to gender.
No, a more convincing fraud doesn't make it real. It's just a more convincing fraud.
Bald men, like not all bald men, obviously, but some bald men, they'll feel like less masculine. They'll feel less like a man. That's why they go through these methods to like try and mask it or to try to cover it up. So I think that like okay, so what I've heard is okay, so there was something that was there before, but they're still experiencing some level of like dysphoria. Again, I'm talking in a social setting. I just don't think anyone here.
Yeah, they ought to be shamed and taught that they're not their hair. People that like boil their identity down to their hair follicles are fucking retarded.
Sure, and same with the women for the breast. Be like, why are you?
Just called you Destiny. Holy shit.
Yeah.
What I would say, I would waffle if I was asked this because it's a socially, but I don't think
I kind of
waffle. But I wouldn't. If someone said, "Do I have hair?" and I know they're bald with a toupee, I'd probably be like, "Yeah, it looks like you got hair." Like I don't know, unless I thought maybe that they didn't know. But let's say it's Anson and he puts on a toupee and he's like, "Am I bald?" I might be like, "Well, it looks like you have hair."
Right. So,
but if he's like, "No, but do I actually have hair?" or am I? I'd probably be like, "Well, yeah, you're bald. You're wearing a toupee." Like, you know what I mean? Like, I might like try to sugarcoat it, but
fucking hold your feet to the fire and be like, "Am I a woman? Say it. Say I'm a woman." Like it's not
the example. If someone said, "Am I a male?" Not even a man. A male. Am I a male?
Why do you need somebody to validate if something is real or not?
I agree. So if a woman lost her breast from breast cancer, you should be like, stop entertaining her delusions. And just be like, what the fuck is wrong with you?
First of all, if she's asking you,
stop asking me to lie to you.
There's two ways that this question come out. She could look at you and go, "Do I have breasts?" Like she doesn't know if they're there. Maybe she might need some help. But if she's trying to get some validation, or like,
Oh, Lord.
are these real? Do I really have these? I mean, she might need some help, right? But if she wants the validation, like, look at her and be like, from the doctor.
Right. But I think the bald example is better because of what I said before, that like so many women have boob jobs, and like, so what degree, like if you have a small A cup and then you go to an F cup, is that any more real than someone who's had double mastectomy?
Just as degenerate as the trannies.
If it was surgery, I would tell. If someone with surgery asked, "Do I have breasts?" I think I would say yes. But if they were wearing a prosthetic, then I feel like it'd be weird to say yes to that.
Who are all these women asking to look at their tits like that?
Weird trying to answer the bald thing is perfect.
A shocking amount.
We can stick on the bald thing. That's fine. I just feel like I don't know if people are intentionally missing what I'm saying here, because it seems very like intuitive what my argument is, and I even understand your objections. But again, I'm not going to go down to like, I am personally not going to do like the whole gamete thing, like the man, woman, like. I'm talking more broadly of like general social conventions, like how we treat people in society.
I can apply what I just said about the breast to the bald guy, because he's going to be like, is this my real hair? As though he's not sure if it's his real hair, or he's just going to be looking for validation. In which you should answer something like what Confluence said. Buddy, it looks like you got hair from the store. From the salon. I don't know.
That's not what I said.
Damn rat on your head.
I don't think wanting validation
I said something along the lines.
Can I just work this out with Tessie, please? Well, or excuse me, glitter balls. Glitter balls. What is so? If we're sticking with the bald thing, what is the benefit to the what is the benefit in general? We'll start there. What is the benefit to acknowledging to the bald person wearing a wig that they do have natural hair?
So you would in some level just be humoring them.
Mm-hmm. So why is that? Okay, yeah.
I don't have the issue is that I don't have a problem doing that within the scope of I don't want to make them feel like shit. I don't feel like it would be productive for me to contradict people in that moment. Because for me, it would be a glaring insecurity that they hold.
Sure, but they're directly in this situation. They're directly asking you.
If they directly ask me, then I will tell them. I'm not going to lie to them.
Okay, so where do you draw that line?
It depends on the intention, right?
So where do you draw that line? So fine, if somebody somebody who is bald, who is clearly wearing a toupee,
right? Okay.
Hey, sure. Do I have natural hair? You're like, no, obviously not. But like, hey, you look fine. Whatever, totally cool. But if somebody, that same person is bald with a toupee, you're not going to make fun of them. Totally get that. Totally agree. So where is the line? Directly asking you, we know that you're going to talk.
Unless they're being an asshole about it, and I understand that's a little bit vague. But if they're saying like, "Hey, I want you to like say that I have," like if they kept repeating the point and they kept going, or I said, I don't know how it would come up in conversation exactly, but I'm trying to make the parallel to the trans thing. Again, I know I understand it's not a one-to-one, but if they were saying like, "Hey, I want you to like, introduce me as your like lusciously haired friend or something or whatever," then sure, I think they're asking a bit too much of me.
Wouldn't it be more likely that they'd say, "How does my hair look today?"
But do they have a toupee or are they completely bald?
With a toupee? Yeah, like say for example, for some reason I became prideful and vain, like the trannies and people without hair that you're talking about, and I decided to put on a toupee, and I said, "How does my hair look today?" What would you say to me?
I'd be like, "Yeah, it looks fine."
But yeah, I mean, since it is Pridefulness Month, where we're all celebrating degeneracy,
it's
like
not, okay,
you're celebrating your satanic colors there, where everybody's supposed to have the same sin as Satan. Where we're all like, "Oh, let's go celebrate the sin of Satan month." Yeah. So did you become a Satanist? Is that why you've got the pride colors on your squirrel there?
Don't threaten him with a good time.
That's worse. Yeah. I'm even like I'm trying to say that like I even understand not wanting to do that. I'm not compelling anyone to do it. I'm giving my reasoning as to why I think in a polite society it would be good to do something like that.
I don't think there's anything wrong with validating somebody if someone is insecure about something. Like if someone did recently just get their breasts removed from cancer and then get let's say actual like surgical prosthetics, like implants, and they're like, "Do my boobs still look good?" And it's like a close friend. And let's say they don't look as good. I don't think you need to point that out. I think it's totally fine. They're insecure, and you're like, "Yeah, no, they look great." You would never even know. I don't think there's anything wrong with that.
Yeah,
right? Like, if they're asking you sincerely, then yeah, give an honest answer. But you can tell if someone's asking because they're feeling insecure about something. And I don't know if that's like prideful or just like, I don't know. There's a degree of like, I think like, self.
Isn't it more kind to tell someone?
The truth.
Isn't it more kind to tell someone that their value isn't their material like self? Like,
if someone's really insecure, I don't know if that's gonna like reach them. If you're like, you know what, your boobs, they look lopsided, they look really bad now. Like, you shouldn't have got cancer. That was kind of a skill issue.
No,
but like,
it's the truth.
You shouldn't care about that. Like, I don't know if that's
yes, you shouldn't care about that. It's the truth. It'll make them a stronger person. If you say, look, your value isn't based on your like material body. That's not the thing about you that provides value to everyone around you.
You got to meet people where they're at as well, I think, right?
Yeah, but Confluence, I do have a question related to this, which is, since we're talking about the topic of affirmation of identity, let's say someone came up to you and said, "Hey, I'm Christian," or "Hey, I'm Jewish," Like, would you validate their religious identity if they self-identified that way?
Sure, unless they were like a heretical Christian, and I might be like, bro, like
Yes,
a really
you
heretical
do.
Christian.
What if someone said that
They're
I'm
like from the
Jewish?
United Church? I might be like, I don't know if you're.
Yes, you just joined the Discord. Your first amender.
They say they're Jewish, like they're like a secular Jew, or let's say they converted to like a very liberal community. Would you say like, oh, you're not Jewish?
I mean, in a real talk, obviously no, like for the social reasons. But if I got to know them well, like let's say I had a guy who's like, oh, I'm a Noahide, I'd probably call him like a fake Jew a few times. You know what I mean? Because I felt like, right, like but if I just met him on the street, then I probably wouldn't like say that because of the social repercussions of that.
But let's say he wasn't a Noahide. Let's say he identified as Jewish. Would you then go out of your way to say you're not Jewish because you eat pork and you weren't born Jewish or whatever?
If I didn't know him, no. But if it's someone, if it wasn't my friend group, like let's say Testy's like, you know what, I'm an Orthodox.
He's Jewish. What would you say that? Not Orthodox.
I would say like, are you religiously Jewish? Yeah, I'd probably like lambaste him a little bit. I mean,
okay.
If he's not following any of it, but he's like, no, I'm religiously Jewish, I'd be like, in what sense though? Like, again, if it's somebody you don't know.
No, what if he doesn't specify religious? What if he just says, I just identify with the Jewish people?
I guess I'd ask him what he means by that.
Yeah.
I mean, like trans ethnic or what?
I'm curious where you're going with this.
Well, I just mean like in the context of religion or ethnicity, like there are certain contexts where we kind of recognize, like if someone says, "Hey, like I'm Jewish," like I'm not going to invalidate their identity.
Right. There are things we take at face value, kind of. Yeah, I see what you're saying.
But like, so you're saying that if he says he's Jewish, but he doesn't change his lifestyle and he's not ethnically Jewish, you wouldn't say he's Jewish?
But you would have to ask more questions, essentially.
Right?
Yeah.
That's also if
like.
Because
like if
Kirk.
Testy asked me, do you think I'm religiously Jewish?
No, not religious. You keep saying religious. I'm not saying religious, just the word Jewish.
But you're picking an example of a religion that also happens to be an ethnicity. So that example gets very confusing. Because then I guess I would ask him, are you ethnically Jewish? And if he says no, then I would say, are you transracial? Or like, what's going on here? In what way are you Jewish? Like,
well, let's just say he just says, I identify with the Jewish people until I identify as Jewish.
I would say, what do you mean by that? Is that not a fair answer? I would definitely ask someone what, even if a random person said that. It's such a weird way to phrase it. I'd be like, oh, like ethnically or like religiously? Like, I'd ask a stranger.
Okay, so you would ask him, well, what if he just says, I'm not religiously Jewish and I wasn't born ethnically Jewish, but I identify with the Jewish people, so that's who I'm going to identify as.
Then I would not call him Jewish.
That'd be like
I would
me
think that person's a
identifying as a
crazy
black person, Kirk. That's fucking retarded.
That's transracialism, which that's a real thing, by the way.
No, it's really retarded is what it is.
Yeah, I mean, I'm saying something that people claim, but
how is that different? How is that different than saying I don't play basketball? I've never held a basketball, but I identify with basketball players. What does that mean?
Different than what? What do you compare?
Yeah, no, what are you saying?
In your heart, it means that in your heart you are a basketball player, Elijah. And if you want to be a basketball player, you could be a basketball player.
You could know ball. You could be a
so what's the difference between being someone who plays basketball and someone who doesn't play basketball, but in their heart is a basketball player?
I don't know.
Well, let's say, I mean, look at me. I don't consider myself Jewish, but I go to synagogue every week and I love Leonard Cohen music, and
Get
my favorite business.
You like the cosplay Jew? We got it.
And you eat pork, and that's why I call you a fake Jew.
But I don't identify as Jewish. So how can I be a fake Jew if I don't even identify as Jewish?
Because you're a Noahide, and all Noahides are fake Jews.
That's not true. That doesn't even make sense.
Yeah, we're getting into some weird hyper-specific stuff now.
Anyway, also, Anson, shouldn't it be official self? Kirk is a semi-Jew. I am confused how you don't know who Tim Ferriss is. He's like isn't he shows up in every.
Shout out, Mountain Mind Media. Welcome to the party.
So I'm gonna get a skin surgery and start cooking curry all the time and identify as East Indian.
I can
Kirk, are you going to call me East Indian?
Did you guys see the joke that Harlan Williams, right? Harlan Williams did on Joe Rogan the other day?
No, I love Harlan Williams though.
You could definitely find a clip. It's not even worth talking about. I don't want to say anything. Just go.
Okay.
I would talk about it if you guys see it, but just go see it. It's relevant to translationalism.
Also,
yeah, okay.
Well,
so that makes sense. So you'd say that just to put a bow tie in the Jew conversation, if someone's ethnically Jewish, you acknowledge that. If someone's religiously Jewish, you acknowledge that. Or if not, they're not ethnically or religiously Jewish, but they identify as Jewish, and they're a transracial person, so they're crazy.
Yeah.
I disagree with transracialism. I can give an argument as to why I think it's different than like transgenderism.
Yeah,
okay, let's hear it, because I've never heard a compelling reason why they're different.
Sure. So I would say that there is some level of like a universalized experience of what it is to be like a man or a woman globally, in the sense that like whatever social roles that you end up falling in, or like even from a biological level, there are certain traits that you can identify with being man and woman, whether or not, however that manifests in society, whatever. But with transracialism, there is zero shared experience between races, like a black person in Africa versus a black person in America. There's no waking up and being like, I feel like this race. So race is entirely defined externally. There is no internal experience of race. But with gender and with, I guess, how that, gender expression, whatever you want to say, there is some level of an internal experience of that. And so for me, that's
fucking retarded. There's absolutely like there are all kinds of different people and cultures that are built up around specific races. That's fucking stupid.
You can have
you hate your own race or something? Like, did you adopt somebody else's race because you hate your own race? Is that where you're coming from?
I disagree with that. I'm just curious.
But Confluence, like, I'm also, just to clarify, like, I am pretty ethnically Jewish. Like, we've established this. My grandpa's Jewish, So would you say that I get to identify?
All right.
You're too Jewish. Well,
too Jewish.
I was gonna say for my liking, but that doesn't sound good.
So do I get to identify as ethnically Jewish because of my grandpa?
Yes,
I would identify you as ethnically Jewish, Kurt.
I thought
Not
they have to be on the mother's side.
You know.
Jewishness have to be on the mother's side.
It does, yeah.
But not necessarily white.
All right,
you said I would identify you as ethnically Jewish, but not white.
That doesn't matter. Just that I would do it. I'm trying to think about Testi's argument. I don't know. Like when you see that guy who was like trans Korean, like obviously what he means, he's not thinking about, yes, if I was like a Korean who was in America, he's thinking about like, I feel more like I'm a part of that culture. And so I want to look that way. And he could use the same like dysphoric arguments. When I see myself, I see this fucking, weeaboo or whatever they call them when it's like, when you're obsessed with Korea. I don't know if there's a word for that. But you know what I mean? And I don't want to see that. I want to be Korean. I think I was meant to be born in Korea. I want to look Korean. I want to act how the Koreans act in South Korea, right? Like, I think you could make all those same arguments. I understand that you're saying that that you could be completely different if you're of a race in a different culture, but you can be radically different. I understand there is like a silver thread that runs through with gender, but obviously there's like so many different expressions of gender and gender roles and all this stuff. I understand there is commonalities, but I don't know if it's a strong enough argument to say because there's commonalities that I'm going to reject the guy who thinks, who would use all the same lines of reasoning that a trans person would use to say that he thinks he was born in the wrong body. He thinks all of his interests align with this, all of his inner thoughts align with what he perceives these inner thoughts, because it's not like you could know, because as a guy, I don't know the actual inner thoughts of a woman. So the best I can do is just guess what it is, and that's what the white guy does to the Korean. On your Testi's answer, because I was addressing Test, so I want him to respond first.
Yeah, so I'll be really quick. So what I would say is that this person, because I've used the example before of like a black person born in Japan, lived in Japan their entire life. Same ideas as your Korean example, but like nobody would say that they are ethnically Japanese. Nobody would say that they're like of the Japanese race, which I don't even know if anybody would say that, but at the very least, you would say that they are culturally Japanese. And in a similar way, I do think that there is some like level of performativity what being a man and a woman in society is. There are certain traits that we associate with women and certain traits we associate with men, and so there is something on a cultural level that you are sort of performing in this way. And again, it's fair if you disagree, but again, my distinction is this, like, how things are defined externally, because nobody would look at a black person and say that they visually that they are Japanese. But at the same time, that black person wakes up every day, they don't feel like black. They don't feel like whatever. There's no identity, no connection to their race, but they can wake up feeling like a man, right? So anyway, that's all I have to say. But
No, I was just going to ask, like, Testy, like, you're saying that there's this internal feeling of gender identity, but, like, do you think, like, Ayn Rand and Mother Teresa and Margaret Thatcher and Mary Curie and all these different types of women, and some of them are very Christian, some of them are very atheistic, and some of them are very selfish, and they completely differ in their life philosophies and their life ways of viewing things. Do you think they all have the same, like, internal, like, relationship to their identity just because they're women? Like, that doesn't even make sense.
No, hopefully that's not what I was saying. But that's always, I'm saying that they're even if
BRB. All right, let's see what's going on with Son Piker. I mean, hey, we gotta be polite. We gotta be polite, you know. And let's see what's going on. Why is mine? As long as your shit, it's not lagging on your end, right? I don't know why my computer. All of a sudden, the computer that I've been fucking holding up as the most important, amazing thing ever is starting to. Okay, so I think it was the thing. All right. What am I doing? Okay, we're doing that. I'll leave that over here. We got that. We got that. So yeah, if you guys are not familiar, as many times I've said before, you should be watching a legendary series. More Pegasus. You need to go. I mean, you can, whatever thumbnail you can see as of right now. That's the right one. But shout out to Melted Mind Media. We gonna shit on Hassan for a while. The thing is, because Pegasus talks about WestJet a lot of times, and I'll be like, oh, you know, I grabbed this from. I find that, I find that they cover kind of the same things, and so like I don't care. I don't care enough to be like, oh my god, that's not. It's more of like lolcow shit. Like, this fucking idiot. And so when they all cover the same thing, then it's like, I'm just going to stick with the legendary series. But let's do it.
So some might say it was inevitable, but Hassan Piker is now trying to get his critics locked up and threatening them with lawsuits. Yes, Hassan Piker apparently is not welcoming any criticism, including criticism from More Pegasus. It appears the legendary series has really left a bad taste in the mouth of Hassan Piker.
The legendary series. The V2, that's another thing. I'm just not gonna subscribe to a fucking VTuber. But
he is now trying to coordinate with Singaporean authorities to lock him up. That's right. Hassan, the anti-establishment revolutionary, is trying to lock up and sue his critics. Incredibly ironic. But it's been a very rough week for Hassan, let's be honest. Turns out that every single politician he backed up in California has lost this week. This is a live reaction of Hassan from what was supposed to be a victory lap stream, but instead, all of the candidates that he supported, including the ones that went on his stream, lost mightily. In fact, some of them lost to reality TV stars because they are that bad. Yes.
I mean, okay. Fucking, I mean, Spencer Pratt isn't just a reality TV star. In the same way that Trump isn't just a reality TV star. Let's not fucking downplay the reality. You would enjoy the legendary series. I mean, I haven't seen today's episode, so
Hassan Piker is literally a plague upon anyone politically. If they align with him, it not only shows bad character, it shows they're probably not very good at what they do. Now, of course, he did make some mainstream headlines, including this one from the New York Post, saying porn-obsessed Hassan Piker goes on shocking homophobic rant after Scott Wiener wins San Francisco congressional primary. Yeah, there's nothing more hateful than a so-called progressive when he doesn't get his way. But of course, we're talking about More Pegasus here, who has made a series calling out Hassan and his friends for their many wrong.
Shout out to More Pegasus, and Morty picked his head up. And I feel bad. So we're going to get a treat. But you don't get to see it because it's not from you. Grift stream. Let's grift, motherfuckers.
Doings over the years, and it appears that it's once again gotten the attention of Hassan, who normally treats people like Pegasus as Voldemort, right? Doesn't name them. But now he's all up in it.
Hey, come on. That's not true. That's not true. Any fans of the Legendary series know that More Pegasus is officially Hassan Piker's favorite YouTuber.
He's really looking for a win, and we have this clip of Hassan not only whining about Pegasus, but even trying to get the authorities after him, and even threatening legal action. Let's see if he follows through on that. Probably not, but let's hear what Hassan has to say.
Drama queen, fascism is your... Oh.
I love this guy.
Right, wait. I love this guy. Here, I'll pull this down. I'm going to pull it back up. And you see some grifting.
Say.
Drama queen, fascism is your... Oh.
I love this guy.
Fucking laugh. Oh, that's the fucking laugh. The other day, I searched like 5 different videos to try to find the fucking chimp laugh that this motherfucker does. Right there.
Fascism is your... Oh.
I love this guy.
Do you know?
It's so funny because he has nothing redeemable about him, but the pure...
Right on.
Except for the fact that he's amazing at pointing out all of the bullshit. What's today? Today is... Bro, tomorrow, can we get a huge dilly-dilly? Whether you know More Pegasus or not, tomorrow is episode 365 of Hassan does this, or Hassan Orbiters do this, or it's done, it's over. 365 days in a row. This motherfucker started the Hassan series before he shocked his dog. That's when I really hopped on. Tomorrow's video. I kind of want to watch this one with you, because I want us all to really be able to understand 1 full year of making fun of Hassan every single day with new content.
Off the bat, we got not only projection, we also have the fake laugh of Hassan that might be like nails on chalkboard to 99.9% of the population, but he's not off to a good start. In a clip where he tries to claim that he is scared and suffered tons of damages from Pegasus, it's not good to start by saying he loves this guy. But then again, is there really a lot rattling around in that tiny head of Hassan? Not really.
Animus that drives a lot of dudes that look like him, I guess, on the internet, that spend every waking moment on the internet. The animus that they feel towards me is enough. They're like, I don't even want, I will watch the same video over and over again. Is Chop City.
Guys like...
You gotta cope. No, they hate me. It's not just that I say stupid shit and allow them to become fucking rich. Fucking rich. Yeah, right. There you go. If you can pull it off, you can pull it off, but not for everybody. Why does that not surprise me even a little bit? So I'm trying to find this this clip on X so we could just watch it. Is it 2 S's or 1? So I'd rather just watch the clip and then just watch the episode. Let's go.
I love this guy. It's so funny because he has nothing redeemable about him, but the pure animus that drives a lot of dudes that.
So this was the clip that they're covering in the video, and then I'd rather just watch the legendary series because he puts it all together so well. This was a specific clip that we were talking about.
But the pure animus that drives a lot of dudes that look like him, I guess, on the internet, that spend every waking moment on the internet.
That look like him?
They feel towards me is enough. They're like, I don't even want, I will watch the same video over and over again. Is Chop City. Intentionally causing harassment, alarm, or distress. Singapore statutes online. An individual or entity must not, with intent, cause harassment, alarm, or distress to another person called in the section the target person by any means, use any threatening, abusive, or insulting words or behavior, make any threatening, abusive, or insulting communication, or publish any identity information of the target person or a related person of the target person. Oh my God, they're going to cane his ass.
Bro, you're so gay.
Hold on. Singapore maintains one of the highest per capita execution rates globally, enforcing capital punishment primarily for drug trafficking and murder. Following the COVID-19 pandemic, executions surged. The country carried out 11 executions in 2022, 5 in 2023, 8 in 2024, and reached a 22-year high of 17 executions in 2025. X knows that Y is within earshot and intends to cause Y distress. Y is distressed. X is guilty of an offense under this section. X writes a letter containing threatening words or maybe a YouTube video.
We get it.
Guilty of an
okay.
358 videos on me. This is alarming. 363, sorry. It's alarming.
Well, yeah, because we're coming up on 1 year. Oh, am I a kid like you? Sneeko has that sound. So I do it too. I'm cool. I'm young. I just want to go with the phase. What is it? The phase boys or whatever. I'm richer than all of you. It is all going to make sense.
It's very scary. I was intending to visit.
Actually, you know what? Fuck it. Let's go the other direction.
Welcome back to a series so refreshing. Even this orange juice subscribed. In today's video, Hassan is melting down after his favorite candidates and people who associate with him are losing in California. He gets so mad, he starts telling his haters to neck themselves and take their own lives. Pro has completely lost it. He once again makes everything about himself and thinks it's a grand conspiracy to keep him down and silence him. A new Hassan article has just dropped and is absolutely crazy. It goes over Hassan's apparently sex-obsessed life where he gets nudes from his fans, has a Gooner laptop, and has a bunch of weird clips with his friends, even mentioning the brothel. Destiny has responded very pleased with the coverage. Hassan has responded to the gooning expose, calling them weirdos and stalkers for playing his own clips.
Why is this fucking jerking me around? 158 or 58 seconds.
Welcome back to a series so refreshing. Even this claims. Subscribe or you get weird gooning articles written about you like Diddy Piker. Ew.
Let's up those numbers!
Right, so apparently Hassan is crashing out over the situation in California where all of his favorite political candidates are losing. Hassan goes off on Spencer Pratt.
Yeah, if you're wondering why it feels like everyone got more insane, Israel just quintupled its PR budget to 730 million. Experts say it won't work. Bro, if you show me another fucking Spencer Pratt clip, I'm going to literally put you on a rocket ship into outer space.
Yes, so I will help you guys with the lore. So he is Diddy Piker because he has a clip saying, well, I was at a party where Diddy was thrown. In one of the back rooms, there was, and this is Hassan saying this, a 15-year-old girl that was supposedly, as Hassan says, hot, just like on a screen. So Diddy Piker going to the Diddy parties.
Do you understand me? I don't give a fuck about Spencer fucking Pratt, dude. Jesus Christ. Who cares about that fucking dumbass, dude? Are you fucking serious? Oh my God, Spencer Pratt is using you to attack Nithya Raman. What are you, fucking delusional? Yeah, he's shoving crystals in his ass. He's obviously not, he doesn't have any fucking mental clarity. Unfortunately, for all of us, we now live in a universe where there are a decent number of reactionary fucking baboons that live in
That's why I sped it up for
in
you.
the United States of America, even in places like California, Los Angeles, who look at a guy who shoves crystals up his fucking asshole and go, that's my guy. Oh, bet. Is he a crazy fucking Timu version of Donald Trump? Well, I'm going to vote for that guy. Will you be mean to more British people now that you're not allowed? No, I won't, because they have to live with this government, dude. I feel fucking...
He got banned from the UK. Did you guys catch that? Him and Cenk Uygur are both banned from entering the UK because they are communists and terrorist supporters.
Terrible. I see this struggle as the same, as one and the same. We are going through the same exact fucking problems here in the United States of America. They have it worse because they don't even have the First Amendment. So they can't even like entertain some kind of constitutional protection.
Well, glad you're having a good time, Hassan. You know, happy and thriving as always. I love how he always like encourages people to get into politics. And when they see you being this completely miserable, I feel like we're good. You know, I'm happy to be an apolitical slop tuber. I will just enjoy my life here and not have constant daily crash outs. You might have to check that blood pressure, bro. This cannot be healthy. And I feel like at this point, you're not even crashing out at haters. You're crashing out at your own fans. They're just like trying to help you, maybe trying to send you some clips, be like, hey, Hassan, check this out. I saw you got mad at that. Maybe get mad at this too. And then you're just screaming at them like, dude, I don't think they're trying to piss you off. Okay, maybe they're rage baiting. I don't know your fan base too well, but Barnum, not looking good. You're 35 and got the blood pressure of an 80-year-old. So then he starts calling out some liberals on Twitter who are...
No. It's not a badge of honor. Give me the list of people who have been banned from the UK that you see that as a positive thing. Oh, you don't have one? You just like Cenk already? And so no matter what he says or does, you're going to twist it into a way for you to feel like it's okay? Yeah. Theory is that because of his bestiality take, that he's not allowed. Yeah, she was firebombing people. She was firebombing people. Oh, he is trying to appeal to, in his words, the 40-year-old wine moms. This is why you need to watch the legendary series.
Dunking on him, and he tells them to neck themselves. Hassan hits back after being mocked over his candidate's results in California, implies they should key themselves. Yeah, this is a very like sane individual. Whenever you get the slightest bit of backlash, you know, just advise them to take their own life. Dude, what is wrong with you?
You know what's really funny about these fucking idiots? This was my reaction to Spencer Pratt getting like 30+% in the LA mayoral race. But of course, these fucking dumbass shit libs absolutely love when Republicans win elections. As long as there's no like left winning elections, like, brother, you have identified me as your enemy, okay?
Did he just say that Democrats love when Republicans win elections?
I don't think you want to be my enemy. But if you prefer Republicans over, you know, Democratic Socialists, if you prefer Republicans over Democrats, you are my enemy. Okay? The annoying right-wing shitlibs are celebrating. They're like, oh, dude.
The right-wing shitlibs. What is a right-wing shitlib?
Spencer Pratt is doing so well in the fucking race. It's like, I can't say what I want.
He is.
What I want you to do to yourself, because you probably are going to do that to yourself anyway, regardless of whether or not I say it, because there's not much else to live for in your life if this is what you're excited about. I'm not going to say it because I don't want to get banned, but I'm thinking it. I want to fucking kill him, dude. Okay? I'm thinking it.
I mean, I don't really know why you're dancing around it. You've said it before. Like, you've threatened people's lives before. What's really different this time? Oh, I'm going to get banned on Twitch for like half a day, man. Or on your day off or something. You could nuke half the world and Twitch still wouldn't ban you. It's ridiculous how much they protect you. The entire UK banned you and still Twitch hasn't banned you. That is the most insane statement I've ever heard. Anyway, so apparently if you make fun of Hassan, your life is just not worth living. And just keep in mind, he's talking to Democrats and liberals. Like, this is his own side. He's not even talking about Nazi Republicans or whatever. It's his own side that he's crashing out at. I really think ever since...
I wonder if that has any connection to the fact that every single person that he supported lost. Now, let's stop real quick, because I've asked about people like Andrew Wilson and their legitimacy in the political realm versus just the debate sphere. But I 1000% believe that if Andrew Wilson had the political or the exposure to politicians that Hassan does, not only would he capitalize on that, but he would do it very well. Hassan's just retarded.
The UK ban happened, he just sort of realized that everybody's against him. This sort of grift is not working anymore. And any normal, reasonable person is just like abandoning him essentially. And it's just a constant stream of L's. So I don't know, man. I really do give the best advice. Take a break, bro. Like take a 1 week vacation or something. I'm not even saying stay away for too long, just a little bit. You know, reset your mental, maybe cool down.
I will remind you, tomorrow is 365 straight days of making fun of new shit that he has said.
It's not normal to tell people to end their lives or whatever. This isn't even like a video game context or, oh, he was heated in a video game. This is like, he probably genuinely means it. Considering he said this to multiple people. I mean, the Charlie Kirk thing, the Rick Scott thing, the capitalist thing, the death threat on Twitter. It's just over and over again. So anyways.
You guys are too late in the game. Usually he plays all of those clips, but I can't say them.
Then he literally just says to commit while pretending he's not saying it, of course. Hassan will always do this little dance around to make sure he doesn't get banned.
Don't get clipped. I know. If your whole life revolves around like perceived L's and W's that a fucking Twitch streamer is getting in races where he's endorsing candidates or going on rallies and whatnot with candidates, and that's all.
Honey, no, that's not our whole life. This is just one small slice of things that I enjoy throughout the day. The whole video is for like 35 minutes. And it's not even always about you. You, however, make this your whole life. And you failed. You fucking loser. Is he? I don't know. He's got those glasses on. You can never say.
All you care about. Your life is not worth living. You are not living a life worth living. And it's pertinent on you to change that. You're
the woke, empathetic left, guys. Your life, says Hassan, is not worth living.
Obsessive. Lives on Twitter completely ignoring Hamawi to gloat about Shoykot losing. It's so embarrassing. Yeah. Breaking. Hassan Piker tells shit libs to off themselves. I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that. I would never say self.
Bro, you literally just said that.
I would never say self to someone who is excited at the prospect of Spencer Pratt potentially, getting a decent chunk of votes in Los Angeles, California. I would never say you should kill yourself with a gun to a person that would be excited at the prospect of something like that. I would never say that at all. I don't think it's appropriate. I disavow statements such as that.
Yeah, nice loophole, Hassan. This guy is so funny. I wouldn't say that, guys. I would never say that. Yeah, man, we got the message. You want your ops to literally die. Brother, this is just not sane behavior. Like, whenever we criticize Hassan, we just want him to be held accountable to the terms of service of a website. Not uniquely, not specially, just...
Oh, that was just the... what was it, Vogue? That was just the magazine cover. Come on, man. You gotta know. It was the same color. He had the gray sweater, and it looked like that. This tiny little head.
Same terms of service that applies to everybody else. We just want like the same rules to be held accountable. But whenever this guy talks, he just always takes it to the extreme. He's always bringing up violence. And I find it repulsive. Like, it's like you're supposed to debate your ideas, not, wanting people to end themselves. And I feel like when you lose a political race or something, as a political commentator, you should want to do something productive. Be like, hey, this is why we lost. Maybe next time we can campaign differently. Maybe next time we can try this strategy. Oh, this opposing candidate's policy suck, and, give the explanations of that. Instead, he just goes to, yeah, you should off yourself. Bro, what?
Remember, Pegasus, you are the one who put forth the theory that every day Hassan has Hassan's brain just erases itself, which is why so much of the shit that he says doesn't match the things that he said before. Shout out Costco. We're just trying to finish Paint the House. Do you think Communist Hassan has ever had to do a shred of work himself on his $1 million mansion? Of course not. Of course not. He's got people for that, like a communist.
I mean, it's so obvious why nobody's on his side when you literally want them dead. Like, you can dance around it. You can be like, well, that's not what I mean, but everybody knows what you're saying here. And I feel like it's very hard to convert people when you're calling the other side complete Nazis, when you're calling even people on your side who disagree with you, you call them these extreme.
And it's a quick side quest because a box is here. It is fucking hilarious. I don't know if Olivia's still here. But yesterday, I was talking about the hypocrisy of leftists who are, or people on the left who are down with Graham Plattner because of the fact that he has the Nazi tattoo, where as other people, or rather on the other side, people would be disqualified for being Nazis, even though they don't have any actual connection to Nazi ideology or anything. But because he's on the left and he's saying things that you like, then it never really was about, oh, you're a Nazi, therefore. Because if it was, then the principle would stand and that, okay, I love what Graham Plattner is saying, but He's got a Nazi tattoo, so I can't support that. And yesterday, Olivia was like, yeah, nobody supports him. Da, 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 da. Box posts a bunch of fucking videos of the guy in Discord. And Olivia's like, you know what? I do like this guy. No principles, just positions.
Extremists and, you know, say they have no beliefs. I mean, it's just hard to get behind Hassan, you know? Anyways, then he says that he's just rent-free in everybody's mind and everything.
I hope this is a joke, because at 1 million subs, he definitely does not need an extra membership. But you know who does?
It's about him.
These people are so unprincipled. They don't care about anything but themselves. No, it's crazy. It's less than unprincipled. If I own you that fucking hard, if I live inside of your mind that badly, if I live...
You wish, sweetie. You wish, sweetie. We don't think about you outside of the videos. We laugh and then we move on with our lives. This is your life.
Inside of the crevices of the last remaining fucking wrinkle that you have in your brain to this degree, then you are not a human being. You have reduced yourself to something lower than that. Okay? That's my point. And you can go off and be like, oh, he's so angry. We finally did it. But that still proves my point. I will forget about you as soon as I'm done talking about this. But you will consistently keep thinking about me every...
Yeah, because every day you say something stupid that comes up on my timeline. And I'm like, ooh, what retarded shit did you say today?
Single day of the fucking week. Please have some political principles. Have some real political education. Have a real political opinion, a vision for a better future. You cannot simply be reactionary towards a fucking Twitch streamer. If you're going to be reactionary...
I was going to say projection, but Hassan is pretty consistent. Communism, terrorists, anything that's bad for America.
Be reactionary towards a slant of ideology, towards a vision. Be like, no, I hate communism.
Hassan, you're a public figure. Of course, people are going to talk about you. The second you stop having so much influence, nobody's going to talk about you, right? And I mean, I'll admit it. He's a big deal. He got banned from an entire country. That's not like a small feat or anything. That's probably something only an extremist could do. And I guess, congratulations, I guess. And it's always hypocrisy because when he talks about Asmongold 1 billion times, he's not obsessed. He's not rent-free. But when people talk about him and he's consistently doing insane things, so people are going to talk about him, then, oh, wow, they're obsessed. So then he says that he's like losing faith in California. This was like his one like safe haven, right? California and New York or something. But I'm glad that people are waking up, I suppose. I don't really know what's going on. But if Hassan is mad, I imagine something's going right.
Yeah, I mean, look at the fucking top line. Look at the goddamn top line. Of course, Oliver Ma's getting cooked. Everyone's a fucking reactionary in this goddamn state, bro. California is literally a red state. Okay? Obviously, it's a red mirage, but still.
Oh, we just got LA. We just got LA mayor. I'm told we got. Oh my gosh! Remember, I said we would get a gigantic fetch all at once, and we just did. So take you through this. About 40% of the vote, of all the votes that are going to be cast, just got released here. We are talking about...
And I don't know if you guys saw, but they had these numbers, and then overnight they counted, I think it was like 30,000 mail-in votes. Not one of them officially was for Spencer Pratt. 30,000 votes, all for Karen Bass.
Vote by mail.
California's done. California's over for me. All the candidates that went on Hassan Piker's stream lost handily. What the fuck are you talking about? It's not going to be Pratt. Most of Rahman's voters will vote for Baz, but this is nonetheless extremely disappointing. Yeah, it's fucking blackpilling to see these kinds of results for like openly reactionary candidates. Steve Hilton with 26.6%.
Wait, so you're telling me that people who went on Hassan's stream are more likely to lose?
All right. Goal is over. This was supposed to be a chill 10 fucking 15 20 minute stream. So I will not make a new goal, but I will give you guys 10 minutes. It is now 11:20 my time. You have 10 minutes to drop a dodo and the party rages on. Otherwise, I'm going to sleep.
Wow, this is shocking information. Almost like associating with Hassan makes you seem less credible because you're associating with somebody who has radical views. I mean, if you took the most like sane, normal, competent person and you put them next to Hassan and then suddenly they're agreeing with him or whatever.
In case you didn't know, this is Nadia, I think her name is Nadia Rahman, who was the progressive running in the LA mayor's race and got demolished, and she cried at her fucking concession speech.
Everybody would be like, wait a minute, maybe I had this person wrong, right? The projection in this crash out is how you say, diabolical. I'm living my best life watching all of Hassan's L's, aren't we all? Lol, wait, he has these candidates on his stream, and then when they lose, he talks shit about them and says he never supported them. TwitchBot is mauling, I love it. Can't believe he didn't blame Asmongold. Oh wait, just wait. I want to emphasize that an entire country banned Hassan Piker before Twitch did. This person can only think of the world.
Can't believe he didn't ban us. Oh, I can't believe he didn't blame Asmon. That's the other thing that every single day he'll find some way to bring up Asmongold and be like, yo, that guy talks about me nonstop. He's a projection machine.
In slop-tuber drama terms. Oh my god. Like, dude, he is really just watching every video, isn't he? I genuinely think these people deserve a better life, even if they don't. Dude, that's what I'm advocating.
Well, now we know for sure that he's watching because he's trying to sue him.
For you. Like, this can't be healthy, man. Your like mental health is probably suffering. You need to take a break, just relax, chill with your family or something, man. Why pollute the internet with this constant toxicity and just extremist views, man? Like, I don't even know how you come to such a worldview where there's no distinction between supporting a political cause and supporting actual extremist terrorist groups. Surely you would do some
like us. I mean, I never like he came from the video game world, so I just like, you know, I knew of him, but I just never, you know, tapped into what he was doing. But I think Asmon's great. I think, you know, I don't necessarily agree with everything that he says, but I think Asmon's great.
Self-reflection after getting banned from several countries, right? So it turns out a new article has dropped from the New York Post, and they accuse Hassan of some really weird and creepy things. Right, here we go. The New York Post dropped an exclusive article about Hassan Piker and his weird life. Hassan Piker's seedy, sex-obsessed life, soliciting news, list of best friends, and a separate laptop for prawn. Oh my god. Right, here we have the article, and it is a doozy. He may be the communist darling of left-wing live streaming, but when the cameras are off, the real Hassan Piker is a shallow and sex-driven, sources claim. Although
Gooner!
He recently debuted a more serious image, donning spectacles and suits for his broadcast. Those close to the 34-year-old post that he's still a pervy, prawn-obsessed frat boy. Impulses, they say, get in the way of him ever realizing his goal of making it in the mainstream.
Oof!
Off camera, he's very stiff and impersonal. I can't tell how much of what he says he actually believes.
Yeah, very stiff. Wait, what was his last line?
His goal of making it in the mainstream. Off camera, he's very stiff and impersonal. I can't tell how much of what he says he actually believes. He definitely leverages it to creep on women, a former pal told the Post. Okay, so there's a lot of like sources, and it's like a former pal, and people are speculating that this is Ethan Klein. By people, I mean Hassan and his bunch of like snarkers or whatever. They're basically saying that only Ethan could have come up with this sort of stuff. And we all know from the public clips that Hassan is a weirdo. He's admitted a lot of weird stuff on stream, but obviously take everything here with a grain of salt because the source is not, you know, revealing themselves to the public. Sources noted Piker regularly boasts about receiving nude photos from fans, and how he claims to watch prawn on a laptop dedicated to that purpose, propped up on his chest so he can still see his pee-pee. And then we've got like,
God, please play the clip. There's an older clip where he's like looking at his phone and he's like, yo, what the fuck, bro? What the fuck, bro? My Snapchat used to be all titties and shit, and now it's all a bunch of dicks. You know who was using Snapchat in like 2016? Teenagers. Hey, shout out to Melted Mind Media with a $2 make you hello. And of course, that gets a treat for the Overlord. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So very, very much, sir. We are well, it's not even. I was gonna say we're almost halfway to the goal, but to the movie night goal. But we're keeping it going. The party rate is on. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So very, very much, sir. Winner. Thank you very, very much, sir.
On a laptop dedicated to that purpose, propped up on his chest so he can still see his pee-pee. And then we've got like links here of which like I'm very afraid to actually click. Right, here we go. Ethan, please talk.
That makes 1000% sense that he needs to look at his own dick while he's jerking off. That is so weird.
Talk about Hassan's laptop, the laptop he exclusively uses for prawn.
Stuff I know people are going to run to my defense in the.
Ew!
Wait, hold on.
What did he say? I didn't hear. He's talking about the porn that he watches. I hate it.
No, let's get naked together.
Stop!
He's the one who suggested it.
Stop.
He has a nightly fap routine.
Ew! Stop. Are you for real?
He's got a laptop. That's how rich he is. He's got a laptop dedicated to
nasty.
the laptop. He puts it on his lap. Like
no, it's not.
No, my chest.
Like, you not being ashamed of that is crazy.
You don't look at your. Hold on. You don't look at your own penis while you're jerking off.
I mean, I can still see it.
Oh, you're so fucking tall. That's crazy. If the laptop was in front of me, I couldn't be able to.
What is this fucking podcast? What?
Good. Anyway, sorry, Mike. So anyway,
why do you have to look at your penis anyway when you're jerking off?
You don't like to look at your penis?
I mean, hey, I mean, fair question, but weird conversation.
Anyway, sorry, Mike. So anyway,
why do you have to look at your penis anyway when you're jerking off?
You don't like to look at your.
I'm sure Austin looks in a mirror.
I was about to say.
Oh yeah, and the fap top. You don't know about the fap top? Fap top? He has a laptop just for porn.
Like actually, genuinely? Yeah, and he calls it the fat talk. I don't know why I know. So he's gone in explicit detail about the use of the fat talk.
Right. More Hassan Piker lore, I guess. It's real. Cutie and Austin know all about it. This is prawn addict behavior, in my opinion. What are you watching, dude? My guess is...
I don't want to guess, but yes, that is exactly what it sounds like. I mean, I don't know. I found out from you guys. I don't fucking know about all that shit. So don't fucking put that on me. I'll learn that shit from you guys.
It's real. Cutie and Austin know all about it. This is prawn addict behavior, in my opinion. What are you watching, dude? My guess is so that he doesn't accidentally show it on stream or one of his tabs. It's still weird, though. Yeah, I mean, some other people have been exposed for accidentally opening a tab or whatever, so I guess that would be like a more...
Yeah, but those people were exposed for watching CSAM. Like, yeah, it would be embarrassing if, like, I were to type something in and like a Pornhub... I've been very open that, like, I'm not against that. I've also been very open that, like, hey, you know, sometimes I do that, but I'm not a fucking weirdo who needs an entire different machine for it.
Justifiable, although if I had to guess, bro is a degenerate. Piker, who this week was banned from speaking in the UK over his extreme left-wing views, you can just say terrorist support to be honest, was born in New Jersey but grew up in Turkey where his parents hail. He has said he grew up horny in a repressed culture until his dad allegedly helped him dodge the mandatory Turkish military draft to attend college in the US. Piker joined a fraternity and thoroughly embraced the frat boy lifestyle. In 2012, he wrote The Bible for a Senior Year, 30 Reasons to Go for Freshman Chicks. Okay, so this is like an entire deep dive or whatever.
I can definitely attest to the fact that Rutgers frats are that. Put a 1 in the chat if you know about bro tips.
You know, personally, I'm not a fan of bringing up stuff from like so far back in the past, but you know, if Hassan does it to other people, I understand why people do it to him. And of course, like the bro tips era is particularly hilarious. When he's not railing against U.S. imperialism, showing his support for China or Cuba, or saying he'd vote for a terror group, Hamas, over the Israeli government, Piker solicits news from his female fans, according to a streamer he previously worked with. Pictures he apparently revels in showing off to others. Yeah, and the streamer he worked with is Ethan there. Once while broadcasting with QT, she looked on as he opened a clearly explicit image while broadcasting. On another occasion, he left his phone with streamer Pokimane while off camera, and she also stumbled across explicit content on the device.
Mom has been up my ass this entire fucking time.
What?
About furniture, which, by the way, hold on. I got to send this photo to myself on Twitter so I can show you guys. This is what I sent to Cutie, okay?
I feel bad. I don't want your mom to feel bad. Oh, interesting.
Are you serious right now? Are you really? Are you serious? You're going to look over?
I looked over to see if you were sending the same picture.
How dare you? Stop looking at my phone.
Oh, you have like nothing.
Okay. I don't know. This is something... I don't know how to address this, and I don't know what angle to address this. But I think we need a general conversation on where is the threshold? Where is the threshold of where you're just like normal dude behavior to, hey, yo! Like, obviously, if we're talking CSAM, hey, yo! But, like, if we're talking, oh, Melted, someone tell Melted My Media he's a few minutes behind. What was I saying? But yeah, we need to have a discussion about, like, okay, even if you're super Christian, squeaky clean, okay, you think porn is so bad, you should never do. Fine, fair enough. Then your level is 0. But the bro code was good. Shout out to Akash. Oh, poor Akash. What was I saying? Oh, yeah, the conversation needs to be had about what is the difference between, even if you are somebody who thinks that porn is like the worst thing ever. There's a range, there's a level of stuff that if you found out that somebody was watching that, you're not gonna be like, oh my goodness. And then there's a level where you would. So with the extremes, if you're somebody who doesn't watch porn and thinks porn is bad and whatever, and you find out somebody is watching, you know, a video of just 2 people, missionary, you know, whatever, just basic shit, you're gonna be like, okay, yeah, you shouldn't be doing, but you're not gonna be like, ew, girl, oh, that's so weird. That's so weird that you're into that. Then there's other things that you could be watching where even if you do watch porn every day, You're like, bro, what the fuck are you watching? And I want to know what that range is. Because I'm basic. I'm basic as shit. You get a good angle, nice pussy, nice titties. That's all I need. I don't need anything crazy. I'm a homepage scroller. I'm not doing search terms or anything like that. But if you search big butts, big tits, fat ass, anal, whatever it is that you happen to get to, those types of things, I'm not going to judge you because there's just different versions of what I see as a generally the same level of degeneracy. But if you're watching like tentacle cartoon porn, you're like, bro, you need help. So now, bro tips was how Hassan got started. If you could see it in the thing here, come on, check the thing. Oh, come on, where was it? Hold on. So when Hassan was in his 20s, he did that, and he was like a pre-wannabe Andrew Tate. And so one of his famous lines is in, I think it was like 2015, 2014, somewhere around there. He's like, I knew Miley Cyrus was a slut. And then he has another part where he's like, old enough to count, old enough to mount. Yeah, that's not cool. But now he's Mr. Wokey. Shout out to Salty. Yeah, if you're watching, the fact I feel ashamed that I even know what that word means. So if you're watching that, I'm going to judge you. But if you're like, hey, I just like big butts. Okay, fair enough. I know that you're not talking about what I'm talking about, so a very bad time to say this. I know because we were on stream the other day talking about the like gore shit, but we're talking about weird porn, and you said it's pretty cool sometimes. So I'm pulling this up specifically so that nobody looks in the chat over on the edge and like, whoa, what the fuck? That Dick Johnson guy who's into all that weird shit. That's a dilly-dilly right there. That's a fucking good. That's a good rule of thumb. That's a good rule of thumb. If you're scared to show a homie, it's too far. Dilly fucking dilly. Well said, sir.
And she also stumbled across explicit.
I gotta send
your mom to feel bad. Oh, interesting.
Are you serious right now? Are you really? Are you serious? You're gonna look over?
I looked over to see it.
He's the one who's like, how dare you? How dare you?
To see if you were sending the same picture.
How dare you? Stop looking at my phone!
Oh, you have like nothing to hide, huh, Hassan?
What?
You can just so confidently
No,
give
I
her
have
your
nothing
phone.
to hide.
Oh no, I saw some shit I should not have seen and I feel very bad, but it's okay.
Wait, what did you see?
Stuff.
Oh, from, yeah. I know what you're
What
talking
is
about.
that?
If it was recent, then yeah.
Whoa, is that a nude?
So was it? One score like 1, 2, 3, 4. It's one,
Whoa,
it makes it wasn't
those
nude.
big knockers?
No, it wasn't. No, it wasn't. No, it wasn't.
So I'm with Hassan, and I'm not kidding when I'm saying this. He's browsing his phone like this on Snapchat, just clicking random people, and they're girls, and they're all naked.
Yeah, I do find it interesting that there's a lot of these clips of people just seeing stuff on his phone and the stuff is never exactly clarified. So people naturally jump to these sort of conclusions. And Hassan is always going to deny it. His friends are always going to defend him, as we know. When Pokemon sees clips of Hassan.
Okay. But Two Girls, One Cup is a millennial / Gen X rite of passage. You're not watching Two Girls, One Cup because it makes you want to jerk off. That's a whole different, I mean, if you are, then you really have problems. So that's a different thing.
And Hassan is always going to deny it. His friends are always going to defend him, as we know. When Pokemon sees clips of Hassan's dog abuse, she literally just closes and says mods.
Mods.
Do I have mods?
When QT goes to his house and sees proof of the shock collar, she literally says that, oh my god, he removed the prongs, so therefore it doesn't shock. As if like a multimillionaire would buy a shock collar and remove the prongs.
What I had to say, I looked at the collar. The collar is taped off where I think there would be prongs.
So yeah, most of this is basically
meaning it was a shock collar, which we all knew the entire time.
Like speculation, just to be fair to Hassan here, but I think people are drawing conclusions based on his general character. YouTuber Mischief also claimed that he had seen hundreds of nudes on the host's phone. Piker did not return the post request for comments on this article. I wonder why. Yeah, so I understand if it's like one clip, you know, randomly that people have found out, oh my god, okay, this guy has some explicit content on his phone. Is it totally an accident? But this happening over and over and over again, all of your friends are conveniently like backing up this story. CD Piker, who claims to have slept with over 300 women, also gleefully showed off all
from Diddy Piker to CD Piker.
The nudes he was getting sent on Snapchat as part of an article by Cosmopolitan Magazine 2018. Oh yeah, we definitely know this, where he's bragging about his nudes, right? I find that completely distasteful. As a popular content creator, you're going to get sent like unsolicited nudes or whatever, even if he didn't like explicitly ask for these. Obviously, there is that one clip of him on Snapchat going like, oh my god, I'm getting a bunch of guys in here, dude. I just wanted, you know, girls or whatever, which is basically like fishing for more pictures there.
Okay, all of these are dudes now. I used to exclusively get like titty pics and shit on my Snapchat, and now it's just dudes. This is terrible. What happened? I ruined it. I should have never mentioned my Snapchat.
But even if it was like,
you know, like a woke dude would do.
Let's give him the complete benefit of the doubt, completely unsolicited. It's just weird to be showing it off to other people. It's weird to encourage it. It's weird to have this sort of degenerate lifestyle or pretending to be this, you know, advocate for women, this sort of male feminist. Like, why is your lifestyle so antithetical to it? And this is what people don't understand. Like when you pretend to be like a socialist and be in this $3 million fucking mansion, right? The article describes how his messages are about 70% nudes and then quotes Piker as he scrolls through them. Oh, that's crazy. That was actually like her blowing someone. I don't like ever talk to any of these people. That's butt stuff. Cool. Having Snapchat as a male celebrity is a huge red flag to begin with, said one source, noting the app is mainly used by teenagers. Oh,
actually, I did you were you here for my my blue steel version of meeting my niece? I will bring that back up. You said that as a joke, not sure. Yeah, exactly. Like and so that follows Melty's rule. You would not be ashamed to be like, yo, look at this shit, because you're not feeling you're not feeling arousal and attraction. Is she cool? Is who cool? Huh? But exactly. And Dick, I'm sorry, but I'm going to share 2 girls, 1 cup with you. Oh, my. Is she cool? She's fucking awesome. I mean, doesn't have much of a personality yet, but take a look at the Pikachu. So we'll do this one first. At the behest of Mama Bear, we have hidden the face, but that is her. And then she was like stretched out, chilling. You can see she's kind of cuddled up here, and you know, kind of cuddled up and having fun. Is this gonna do what I want it to do? Yeah, perfect. 10 fingies, 10 toes. And so you can see she's curled up and she's sleeping. But then she got comfy. And she went, bam. I'm chilling. Uncle Lutch. We chilling. Look, wait, you gotta see the feet. She's just stretched out. She's just chilling. That's my niece. That's my girl. All right. What time is it? 11:40. All right. 10 minutes. You've got 10 minutes to drop a dono or to sleep time.
Absolutely. Like, everybody knows this. If you're a male celebrity, you have Snapchat, even if you're doing it for completely innocent reasons, which Hassan is obviously not, you definitely know what that's going to bring, okay? If you want to be somebody who doesn't have that shit on your conscience, where you're basically getting sent all these pictures by people you don't even know the age of, it's just so weird. It's so off-putting. Like, you shouldn't have it. Like, there's no reason why Hassan Piker needs a Snapchat. Piker has also admitted sending nudes of other people to Will Neff, his streamer and pal, raising concerns over issues of consent. He even joked about keeping a boobs of note list, he said in one stream. And they've basically linked this clip that we've gone over a bunch of times. The boobs I send, every now and then I'll see a pair that's concussion-inducing and I'll send it to Will. A female.
Yes. Yes. Well, that was that's what I used for a starter. I was saying, okay, if you've never seen Two Girls, One Cup, if you are curious to see what the hullabaloo was about, then Googling blue waffle in images is a good way to start to see if you are someone who can handle a level of, I would call it gore. I would call it gore. It's not gore, but it's close enough. And so that's just a picture. So you see the picture and you're just like, ah! And if you're like, oh, I'm interested. Like, what? How does that happen? Go for Two Girls, One Cup. If you're just like, oh my goodness, then you're not going to like Two Girls, One Cup. But it's not about liking it. It's about having done what needs to be done. And that reminds me of a little side quest, a wholesome side quest. A wholesome side quest about Jersey, where you just gotta do it. You just gotta do it. This is El Toro, the except for the tracks, completely wooden coaster. What is that? What the fuck? Why is there no sound? Are you? Can you guys hear this?
First time on this.
Yeah, I mean, you don't really need to hear it anyway, but let's do
176 foot drop.
Nope, not that. And so this is real time. So even up here at the fucking at the look how fast it brings you up the hill. Usually,
176.
and this is in real time. So it's like you're fucking moving. You're fucking moving.
Oh wow!
And this is the same park that has King Dakar, the one that goes up really fast, and there's just like a huge drop. But this one is very interesting because it's so much wood, and you know you're going around. Not that much. Okay. So you're going around, and then you hit the drop.
Holy cow!
But then all this wood, because the wood is wood, every time you go under a thing, you feel like it's gonna fucking hit you. Oh shit! I don't know if it's doing it justice, but definitely not, especially without the sound. But we're here now. We're here now. We're staying. We ain't fucking leaving. Yeah, to Melted Mind Media. Are you coming? What? No. Come on.
Oh my god! Wow! This is incredible.
Thank you,
that was awesome.
Thank you so very, very much. The party rages on.
Dude, that was incredible.
What time do you get off work, bro? It's getting late. Oh, did you guys see that? He went to shake his head and he knocked his head on the Are you okay, buddy? You have a thick skull with a dummy man. Oh, yeah. Okay. And bam! Right. Thank you, sir. Very, very, very much. Let me get the banner. That's up to 128, guys. 128. At it 250. Thank you.
76-degree angle.
Much so.
Like a sweet, like, oh wow, this is quick.
Great America by me has almost one coaster. Yeah, that's the thing, and that's why I'm annoyed that the sound wasn't there, because there's a lot of that with the specific coaster, because exactly, it's like it seems like it's gonna fall the fuck apart, and that's part of the fun. But all right, let's dive back in. Shout out again. I better see a bunch of likes on those super chats. What are you, a gay? Are you a gay?
That we've gone over a bunch of times. The boobs I send, every now and then I'll see a pair that's concussion inducing and I'll send it to Will. A female deadpans, let me know where that list is so I know not to look at it. So they're like aware of his behavior where he sends these pictures around. I can briefly discuss his penchant for webcam freak in a live stream, saying he keeps his camera off to protect his identity while getting off on those on the other side of it. He's had
Bruh. After all this time, this is what's gonna happen. This is what's gonna happen. Hold on one sec. I'm gonna pop out and pop back in. I don't like it. I don't like it. I don't know why it's doing that, but I need this fucking laptop to last. I don't want to have to go back to watching TV. The whole fucking thing froze. You can hear me, but I'm frozen. Whoa. Oh, are we back? Are we back? Are we here? Whoa, 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 whoa. All right. Am I here? Test, test. Okay. You guys didn't see me. Jesus Christ. I don't know what the fuck is going on. First the Wi-Fi was out. Now the fucking computer's going down. We need this shit. We need it. All right.
Protect his identity while getting off on those on the other side of it. He's had webcam sex and he doesn't even turn his camera on. Are you kidding me?
That doesn't mean selfish option. Because I need to protect my I want to protect my identity, and I would of course never. But because I'm selfless, they know I would never in a million years like screenshot their nudes or anything like that. So they trust me.
Yeah, interesting. So he says that, oh, I would never screenshot. I would never show it to anybody else. And then there's a bunch of clips of him supposedly doing that. Dude, I'm just saying, like, I would not trust this guy. We've seen that he's lied a bunch of times regarding a bunch of other things. Personally, in my opinion, he's a pathological liar. Piker, who appears to be single and still broadcasts around 7 hours a day, appears quite insatiable. Neff recently described a night out with him as going out with a zealot who could only be satiated by intercourse. Oh my god. His prawn obsession extends to posting video from adult entertainment and having an off relationship with prawn star Janice until 2020. He's admitted having freak with prostitutes and visiting a brothel in Germany. Okay, that one is infamous.
Perfect edition for movie night.
We all know that one. This is a guy who calls gamers loser incels, by the way, because they played a video game with the dad-daughter dynamic and people wanted to start a family. And this guy's here going to brothels, doing all this degenerate behavior. Piker's also drawn scrutiny for comments involving disgraced mogul Sean Combs, better known as Diddy. I would love to hang in Diddy's entourage and trickle down bang anything thrown his way. Yep, sounds like Diddy Piker. Later, he claimed to have attended a Diddy party or Diddy after party at Coachella featuring a very young girl. Anyway, so naturally people are asking, you know, who's the sources, who's documenting all this? Most of this is just on stream. It's like his own clips or whatever. Some of the other comments of his off-camera behavior is due to the source. And of course, people are...
That's the hilarious part. The overwhelming majority of what this is, whether it's More Pegasus or it's WestJet or that VTuber or whoever, it's mostly just playing his own words. They every single day, they find something that he says that is so outrageous, it's worth a 40-minute fucking video. Where did this come from? Where did this come from? You know what? I don't want to know. I don't want to know. Yep. That's Hassan Piker, 16, as he says, old enough to count, old enough to mount. Yikes.
Saying, tell Hassan I want him to know it was me. It was always Gaia, the original agent of Israel, of course. Oh boy, the crash out tomorrow. Let me guess. Something Israel, something, something. I don't care. Oh, they're after me, something, something. You pretty much got it right, but we'll go over it. Right, so Ethan responded shouting out the article, asked if Ludwig and NMP are accomplices after the resurfaced clip. Finally, an article that approaches Hassan's creepiness. She did a very good job. Definitely not helping the allegations that he was a source to this or whatever, but could be
$20 and I'll show you my titties.
To be fair, he does comment on basically everything. New clip of Hassan sharing nudes. So Ludwig and NP are both accomplices. Wasn't Ludwig's girlfriend Cutie the victim of deepfakes being produced without her consent? Shouldn't she care that her boyfriend is participating in this? Yeah, I mean, all these people are rules for thee, not for me. And I find it particularly disgusting. A lot of these friends of Hassan just enable his horrible behavior, whether it be regarding his dog, whether it be supporting terrorists or advocating violence or making these sort of racist comments or even this pseudo male feminist type behavior or whatever. It's just disgusting.
Oh shit. Who's this? You go to see all.
Yeah, mine are off.
Is that not it?
These are people I've accepted in the past.
Oh, interesting. I didn't know you could do that.
I turned mine off because people used to message me that they were going to kill themselves unless I responded.
What is this? Well, those are big booba. Dude, I am still looking through these DMs. There is a lot going on. Bro, there's so many women floating within the DMs. Whoa, what is this?
That's crazy, man.
Oh, this one sent a video. What the fuck is this? You want to accept this?
Oh yeah, you have to accept the video. Yeah, it's you.
Oh.
I mean, she was watching you though.
Yeah, she was watching you.
Yeah, so they're really dancing around like what exactly it is there. I'm not going to say
Let's also not forget that that was on stream. That wasn't like a candid moment. They knew the cameras were rolling. They knew the cameras were rolling. I mean, hey, I have got tattoos that I have yet to show you. I would actually rather show you my legs. I mean, I don't really care about taking my shirt off, but $20, I'll show you any part of my body that is not that. Any part of my body that would not be covered by tidy whities. There you go.
Definitively that he's showing nudes or whatever. Ludwig did say boobs, so I don't know, it's something to do with that. I feel like you should just shut this down immediately. If someone is being creepy and weird and they're your friend, you probably shouldn't be enabling this behavior. That's just my opinion. You should be like, okay, dude, that's fucking weird. Stop doing that. You're being a creep. But Ludwig was a prime Hassan dick rider back in the day. At least now he's wisened up and sort of like, stayed away from him. I don't know if it's because of like his sponsors and stuff, but whatever reason it is, it's good. So anyways, Destiny responded.
If this was me on camera, there would be a video tomorrow saying that she reached out and she was crying as I humiliated her and embarrassed her, and she was 16 when they were opened.
True. But also, you really did do that.
Whatever. It would be all of this about how horrible I am for exposing her in front of all these fucking people. It's so crazy to me.
They know I would never in a million years like screenshot their nudes or anything like that, so they trust me.
Oh yeah, okay.
What? Except you literally do. Except you're literally sending them around to people. Another source who spoke.
$100 for a dick pic. $100 for a dick pic. Let's go.
To the post on condition of anonymity, simply described Piker as a pathological liar. Neff recently described a night out with him as like going out with a zealot who could only be satiated by intercourse. What the fuck?
Yeah, so it turns out all the names that Hassan was giving everybody else for being like creeps and weirdos is actually just projecting with his own weirdo behavior. I think it's really odd to be obsessed with this sort of stuff and be so open with it. Even if you're this type of like freak or whatever and you have these tendencies, probably hide it and maybe don't like openly share it with your friends and stuff, much less admit to having a dedicated laptop for it. Like, goddamn, those hard drives need to be destroyed. Oh my God. Right, so Hassan responded to the gooning expose.
Hassan, did you address New York City exposing that you're a gooner? Did you watch the goon material before opening stream? Is that what you do every time you put time and effort into gooning? Do you find your gooning habits? Do you have a system of gooning? Yeah, all of it is true. I will say, I've been seeing even your haters saying that your house is just a normal ass house. Yeah, it's always been a normal ass house. That's why every single person that has come to visit me here has been like, this is the house you got canceled over. Yeah, people just hear the.
Yeah, but it's like, that's because housing is expensive. So like a $3 million mansion is not a $3 million house isn't going to be a mansion, but you downplaying it is specifically the issue, which makes you a champagne socialist.
The price and lose their minds and assume it's like a mega mansion or something. It's so crazy. And also there's the most annoying losers who may or may not have given a quote to the article, by the way, former friend, they say in the article. Finally, an article that approaches on creepiness. She did a very good job. Client banned from Celebrity Poker for being a weirdo creep to women, and now he's sharing New York Post articles. What happened to this guy? Maybe you knew him as a progressive streamer, then I blinked and he was a fully deranged Zionist obsessed with Hassan. Yeah, October 7 happened. He lost his mind.
Yeah, apparently he lost his mind because his co-host on his podcast randomly started supporting terrorists when he thought he was his friend. That would probably make a lot of people lose it. Also, dude, your house is worth millions of dollars in Hollywood. This is public information. I mean, it just looks weird for a socialist fighting for the working class, man. Like, you're always dressing in these like expensive clothes and stuff. Obviously, people are going to criticize that. I guess Hassan's logic is it's a big house. It's not a big house. We don't hate the rich. We hate the rich. Also, obviously, it just doesn't address the individual allegations at all.
Oh, we're so far into this that like there's so many inside jokes, and usually he plays the clips. So he flashed a clip of Pokemon here.
Big house. We don't hate the rich. We hate the.
So in this clip, this chick who is just another Hassan orbiter, like doesn't do anything, doesn't like just streams and is cute. And in this moment, she's like, we need to tax the rich. And the Asian dude is like, wait, aren't you the rich? She's like, no, we mean like the rich. You gotta watch the series. I'm telling you.
Rich. Also, obviously, it just doesn't address the individual allegations at all. Obviously, skips over the worst parts. And he's blaming Ethan for the source of this article. There's no like proof that he was the source, other than, you know, former pal. I mean, I guess he is a former pal, but there's a bunch of other people it could be.
They published a photo of his house and said, "Here's where he masturbates." He goons here. He likes brush. Are you not shaken? You're very cold. It's a really funny.
Here's where he masturbates. Got him. That's fucking hilarious. That is fucking hilarious. The fact that I can promise you, if there's ever an article that's like, screenshot, this is where Ludge goons, I'm not going to fucking address it live on air like a fucking moron.
Article that they wrote, because this was one of the articles that backfired spectacularly, because they were like, this guy is creeping. What a creep. And everyone was like, what are you talking about? Literally, everyone's like, what the are you talking about? It's basically Ethan Klein's Google Doc that he wrote about how I have sex. They were pulling tweets that were obvious jokes from 2012. I know. They're treating me like I'm running for Senate. There's one statement in it where I was like, who the would have said that? Off camera, he's very stiff and impersonal. I can't tell how much of what he says he actually believes. He definitely leverages the creep on women. A former pal told the Post. I wonder who wrote that. I'm sorry, but despite what I think about Hassan, I think promoting the New York Post may backfire, as they're doing nothing to sound any more reputable like a 1990s tabloid gossip magazine buy stores regular readers of Murdoch rags. This all seems desperate, not gonna lie. Who's the former pal that told New York Post? All roads point to Ethan Lol. Ethan is the former pal. This is Ethan Klein's own subreddit calling him out for this.
Yep, the cycle of
Israel, or is it Ethan Klein? Or Asmongold? It's always one of the three.
Grift continues, as I said, Israel first, then Destiny, Ethan, Asmongold, Sloptubers, blame everybody but yourself. Anything but your own actions, your own words, your own clips. I think most people like wouldn't care about a lot of this stuff, but the issue is being this complete hypocrite parading around as this carer of women and minorities, male feminist, while behind the scenes being this disgusting person, talking about nudes, having a prawn laptop dedicated for gooning, going to brothel for sex. It's just weird. It's just lame. So then he addresses the sharing nudes thing and he says that that's not what he's doing and it's fake.
Remember back in the day when the common meta on Twitch was, oh, he can't keep getting away with it. And people that are like peeking over my shoulder at my phone and being like, oh my God, what is that? Most of it is a meme, but they make it seem as though this is like me sharing nudes that I've received. It's like half of it is unsolicited and the other half is not even nudes. They're just suspecting it. Like there's a clip that they always use with Pokimane where they'll be like, Pokimane is looking over his phone. Yeah, that's from a advice segment that we were doing where she was looking at my Riot messages and making fun of me for not responding to anyone. But they make it seem like she's seeing nudes. It's crazy. Half of it is just me joking around on the Fear End podcast.
I fucking told you. I'm boring. I'm fucking boring, bro. Like like I said, I'm a homepage scroller. Give me some fucking basic shit with good angles. I'm trying to see some P and G with a lot of titty and some ass. That's it. Sex. That's what I. Yeah, we meant to go over that, but I didn't realize that was the whole thing. So I'm gonna skip through the actual Reckless Ben video tomorrow, and we might cover that tomorrow because it's definitely worthwhile. And depending on how it plays out with all of the Moist Critical content, and depending on what the Reckless Ben shit is, then that might be good enough for a whole show. So make sure you tune in. And of course, if you are new here, please do hit that subscribe button live every Monday, Wednesday, Friday, 8 p.m. Eastern. And of course, just like right now, sometimes whenever I feel like it. And you know that YouTube sucks for those notifications, so you may as well ring that bell so you never miss an Indian Jesus live party ever.
It's about having a fat top, and then these guys turning around and acting as though it's a serious thing. It's ridiculous. It's just like a weird mishmash of jokes and insincere suspicions, and it makes no sense because the only consent being violated in this instance is my consent, and it's very strange because it was so unbelievably invasive of my privacy and so over the top that it backfired on them.
Right. So first off,
I don't know where that came from. But like, I'm not gonna like. It's not my sister. It's not my brother. I don't give a fuck if you got like. It's to me. You're just fucking bodies. I don't give a shit about the story. I completely agree. But they do. The angles are there. Then the angles are there. I'm not fucking. What was the back in the day? Right back in the day. When it was just magazines and people would be like, I just like to read the articles. I don't want to fucking read any articles. I'm trying to look at some Bob's and Vagine and bust a nut. Because we're all siblings. on stolen land. It was, and then the how can we differentiate a normal person who goons from a gooner? What is the language we should use for that? But the gooners are the ones who needed everything ratcheted up to more and more and more degenerate.
It's your own clips on stream, so how is it a violation of privacy? Never use Hassan's own words and own clips. Apparently that's just not allowed. Now, he claims that he wasn't sharing those, it was just like joking, whatever. I mean, you can believe what you want. I'm pretty sure Hassan fans were just going to believe him. Hassan.
All right, we passed the time, but there's 3 minutes left in the video, so we can find another video. We can get into the Lego stuff, but I'm going to bed.
Haters are not going to believe him. Personally, I think there's a lot of interesting coincidences. I'm not going to make any conclusions. I just find it weird that he's a degen.
Yeah, the sex pest Epstein recently got.
That's fair. That's fair. Because yeah, it's exactly the Coomers are the ones who created a landscape where stepbrother sepsis. Ooh, stepbrother. That's the Coomers. So that's what I like. What Going Dark said. What you're talking about, Melty, is Coomers. Right? Because not everybody who goons is a Coomer. But everybody is a Coomer, definitely goons. That's what we're saying. Exactly what I just fucking said. Rewind the fucking tape. That.
Interesting coincidences. I'm not going to make any conclusions. I just find it weird that he's a degen.
Yeah, the sex pest Epstein recently got outed for doing age play with another Groiber's wife and involved each other's children, apparently. That guy has a litany of controversy on a weekly basis. But the problem for me, you might be wondering, what the f does some random Zionist liberal debate pervert and his controversies have to do with you? Because every time he's involved, he's embroiled in another scandal, okay? Because he can't keep his dick in his pants and he has like weird ass sexual fantasies. Every time that happens, boom, immediately his fan base is like, well, what about Hassan?
Yeah, I love how this is just like a ping pong game where anytime Hassan is criticized, he goes, well, Destiny is worse. Well, look at Destiny, of course. Yeah, man, I guess he's a degen too. Like, doesn't change anything about you though. Now, this was a very like passionate op on him. Like, usually there's a bunch of articles like glazing him. So the one time you saw one that is not, he's really mad at it. Was it Ethan who actually did the stuff? I have no idea. Maybe he contributed parts of it. And I wouldn't really blame him. Like, he's obviously doesn't like you. And the thing is, I don't
even think so. And so that's just, I don't know what's going to happen in a particular day, in a particular stream. But every single day, 30 to 40 minutes worth of just, oh my God, this fucking guy. Speaking of this fucking guy, Melted Mind Media with the big $20. Let's fucking go. Said Lego stuff, new moist video, please. Your wish is my command. I do have to pee, so I'm gonna pee. Yeah, let you watch the rest of this. Are you gonna pee?
Singapore soon, and now I don't even know if I could do that. It's truly a terrifying prospect for me. It seems kind of obsessive. It seems kind of like cyber stalking. Not entirely certain if that's there's a statute for cyber stalking in general. Public threats, long-term harassment, daily videos that he's monetizing. I hope someone in the Singaporean authorities could potentially look into this. I'm glad that there is a Protection from Harassment Act of 2014. Check Section 7, unlawful stalking. Wait, let's look at that one. An individual or entity must not unlawfully stalk another person. Subject to subsection 7, an individual or entity called in the section to accuse unlawfully stalks another person, involves acts or omissions associated with stalking, causes harassment, alarm, or distress to the victim. The accused intends to cause harassment, alarm, or distress to the victim, or knows or ought reasonably to know is likely to cause harassment, alarm, or distress to the victim. Well, it kind of feels like he does know that, right? Because when you look at his Instagram page, he's actually celebrating it, right? He's calling it a legendary series. Chatters, do you feel like I'm crazy for being alarmed and scared and worried about the stalker here? Oh, there's a defamation one too. Ooh.
You're scared.
Oh, there's even unintentional defamation.
Oh wait, I gotta take
Falling the victim, making any communication or attempting to make communications by any means to the victim or related person, relating to purporting to relate to the victim or related to a victim, purporting to originate from the victim or a related person. So the fact that he's not just coming after me, but all my friends
You don't want to go outside?
in a serialized version of cyber stalking and slander makes me feel very unsafe. Very, very unsafe. I think Chinese Singaporean judge won't be kind to an Indian stalker harassing a pro-China guy. I don't know about the ethnic tensions that exist. I just only know my feelings. This kind of stuff is good to know.
Sorry guys, I didn't realize.
This is good to know. This is good to know that it's out.
I mean, it's just fucking him sitting there talking, but yeah, no. But shout out to Melted Mind Media. Boomers are women. I thought. I don't. That's not how I've heard it. I'm gonna gay marry Destiny and make him quesadillas. Good luck, brother. Good luck. All right, where are we at here? Go from 128 to 148. Thank you. So very, very much, sir. So we switch to this. You better not pee in the house. I just asked you if you wanted to go outside, and you did not. I should have done, yeah. Bro, still Jesus Christ.
Help. A short bearded man has fallen into addiction in Lego City. I don't want to give up the needle. I am glued to this Lego scandal, and today has been an action-packed day of new developments in this case. I'll start with the one everyone has now seen. The Bricks and Minifigs franchise owners, the stars of the circus that had been...
All right, so real quick, just to catch you up, if you're not familiar, what had happened was there was a little shop called Briggs and Minifigs, and they sold Legos, figurines, stuff like that. They did consignment sales, which means like if I wanted to sell my phone, then I give them the phone. It sits in the store. Somebody buys it from the store. The store gets a cut, but it's my thing. I'm selling it. They're just selling it for me. That's what consignment is. So some dude, his father died and had a $200,000 collection of Legos. And so he's like, I don't know, I'm going to sell that shit. That is dead. And so he goes to this place and, does that, and everything is going fine. And then fucking great. So he gives them the fucking Legos. They're like, bet, we got you. We'll sell this for you. We'll take a cut, but you get the money, blah, 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 blah. Then they sell the store. The owners sell the store to new people. Within the contract of the new people, it is explicitly stated that they will uphold any consignment deals. But the new people are like, nah, fuck you. We're just keeping all these Legos and we're going to sell them, but we're not giving you any money. Then a YouTuber got involved. Reckless Ben, that might be what we cover tomorrow, depending on how far we go with this. Got involved in like trying to, do things to again, I didn't watch it exactly, so I don't know exactly, but trying to make, give this some publicity and like show this fucking store is scamming these people. They shut down the whole fucking store and moved. I'm pretty sure that's as much as I know. There you go. That's a real fucking fan. Like I said, tomorrow, 365. But yeah, so as far as I understand, that is where they're at. And this is all alleged and for entertainment purposes and not a legal statement. So that's where we're at. So this says Bricks and Minifigs parts ways with Salem, Oregon franchise owners Brandon Best and Joshua Johnson. So there's Brandon and Joshua are the people who were stealing. And yeah, let's see what happens.
One has now seen the Bricks and Minifigs franchise owners, the stars of the circus that have been the subject in most of the video coverage around this case, Brandon Best and Joshua Johnson, aka Voldemort and Dr. Evil, have reached a mutual agreement with Bricks and Minifigs to part ways. They announced the permanent closure of its Salem, Oregon store, the one at the heart of this scandal. They announced this like it's fucking E3, as well as making a mention that there was a mutual agreement reached with the franchise owners of that location, Brandon Best and Joshua Johnson, due to a devastating social media campaign. So they send them out with a sad song on the world's smallest violin. They then immediately speed run to massaging their sack and trying to put the crosshairs instead on the previous owner. They talk.
Why does nobody fucking say that shit when I'm downstairs? Playing smallest violin is a very common thing. I have a fucking button for it. This is like the third time I've heard it up here.
Violin. They then immediately speed run to massaging their sack and trying to put the crosshairs instead on the previous owner. They talk about how there's an investigation that's still ongoing, but their current investigation points to the real bad guys as the previous owners, which are the Gormans. They talk about gross negligence, significant evidence of gross negligence, as well as operational gaps during the transition and subsequent management of document recovery. They then provide a lot of information that they've gathered through their investigation, and some of it does have corroborating evidence that other outside parties are now talking about and providing as well. And I'll get into that in a moment, because it does seem like there was a lot of really convoluted, messy problems here, even before BB and JJ, Brandon Best and Joshua Johnson, got involved here from the top turnbuckle. What I find interesting...
Again, those are the new owners of the store that are holding the Legos hostage.
Or BB and JJ, Brandon Best and Joshua Johnson, got involved here from the top turnbuckle. What I find interesting, though, is that they are immediately going into, it's the previous owners, let's all forget about this. Yes, Brandon and Josh are gone. Okay, we can celebrate, but let's talk about the real villains. When even if Brandon and Joshua weren't immediately responsible for how sloppy everything got off rip, they are responsible for their own behavior. We have oodles of body cams, which I know about the unredacted body cams. I watch those. It definitely doesn't look good for the Bricks and Minifig side of things, but I don't believe I'm actually allowed to show anything or talk about that in depth because I don't know if it's entirely legal how they were obtained. But even outside of that, we have the evidence of Brandon and Josh's behavior to Ben on camera and the things that were being said over the phone and how aggressive and vulgar and hostile they were immediately, even upon just a request to try and get this resolved amicably. So again, even if they're not solely responsible for all of the hoopla legally with the consignment and all of that and what was coming from corporate or what was coming from franchisee, they...
I was gonna say, what? No. I was gonna say, I'm about to text my dad right now and be like, do you know what that means? It's skip boomers? I do remember the fucking I do remember the SpongeBob thing, but that's only because of the legendary series. What is all this fucking Charlie hate? I feel like you're just hopping on because you don't know what the fuck is going on. And you hate that we both have amazing hair.
Hoopla legally with the consignment and all of that and what was coming from corporate or what was coming from franchisee. They didn't conduct themselves professionally in any way, shape, or form and only served to exacerbate issues.
But Johnson, the new owner of this franchise, also claimed that he had the right to that property. Here's the statement that he made to police, quote, however, due to the claim that Mr. Mansell continues to call the business despite being told not to and encouraging others to do so as well, he does not want to give these items to Mr. Mansell. He added that he also doesn't feel he needs to since these stores...
Oh, so you're woke. Got it. That person said one thing I don't like, so I hate all of them. Okay, bro.
Inventory became his once he took it over. So he didn't want to give the items to Mansell because of Mansell's phone calls. And why didn't the police order him to return the sets to Mansell immediately? I guess we'd have to talk to the DA.
I wanted to briefly dump that clip from the Legal Eagle video in here because I think that is just comical coming from a ghoul like Josh, who was just like...
Yeah, I guess we should never, ever, 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 ever listen to anything that he says. I don't even think he's a Trump hater. I just don't think that he likes Trump in general. Like, there's a difference. No, you're woke because you're deciding one basic fact about somebody and covering that as their entire personality. You know, like the woke people do.
The caricature of a Reddit telephone tough guy. He talks all big and strong, puffs out his chest over the phone. Fuck you, bitch. You stole the Legos. Let's tango. Don't tussle with the muscle. That kind of stuff. Like he's recorded melting down and crashing out multiple times throughout this whole thing. And then he's like, oh, well, he hurt my feelings. He kept calling us and that annoyed me, so I'm not giving it back. In fact, I don't even think I need to. I took over the store, which means everything in it is mine now. Which, in a surprise to absolutely no one, isn't exactly how that works. And it's something Legal goes in depth on towards the end.
Not agreeing with you politically does not make somebody woke. Thinking that you must be aligned with me or otherwise you're woke is woke.
to the video about like the messiness of consignment and stuff like that, and giving examples of like how probably don't have the ability to just not give that back. But again, he's not the only legal analyst that has weighed in on this. There's been so many like lawyers and a ton of like law professionals that have been weighing in on this case because it's just exploded. It's massive. And what's so interesting is how there is so many differing opinions and perspectives from lawyers and experts in law across not just YouTube, but on other outlets as well. There is like no consensus on the whole thing. Some people believe it's a slam dunk case of theft or like a corporate fucking.
I will say this is not a great place for new people to jump in on this story, but you know, we got to pay for it, so we going through. I'm gonna try to explain as much as I can, but there's a lot going on, and there's already a lot of lore that's like, I wouldn't be surprised if you have no idea what's going on. He's usually pretty good with like recaps and stuff, so I'm hoping it brings it together. But we'll say. No, you're saying he's gay because he disagrees with you. You're saying, he just, when did he say that? He did not say that. He said that she shouldn't have been killed. I watch him too. That's not what he said.
Hoo-ha that, you know, they're way in the wrong, and others actually believe that it's not as clear cut as that. The one thing that seems to be agreed upon by everyone is that it is very messy, but Bricks and Minifigs didn't act optimally. They certainly weren't doing the best here, especially not the franchisees, Brandon Best and Joshua Johnson. So even if there is like some convoluted legalese that makes it a little trickier, ultimately nobody handled it perfectly, which has made it become such a nuclear bomb of drama. Now, there has been a lot of new information, like I mentioned, and a big piece of that is calling into question the actual value of the Legos from the very beginning. It has always been alleged $200K worth of Legos, and in fact, that's even what it was marketed as. But apparently that was all just, you know, hype train stuff and not representative of the actual value of the Lego collection. It was all just buzz. So through the Bricks...
You mean kind of like how the wokies call everything racist?
And minifig investigation, as well as others coming forward and going through it all, the speculation is now that it was around $100K worth of Legos, and that of the remaining Legos that hadn't been sold already, it was as low as $6,200, but that varies from source to source, because again, throughout all of this, it is still impossible to know what exactly is true and what is speculative. So like finding the truth amongst all of the sludge here is still really difficult, but now there's a call into question about like the total value of the Lego sets themselves. Also, some of them have been returned. Bricks and Minifigs is trying to make the claim that they've been trying so desperately to work with Brian for so long to get this resolved, and it breaks their heart, that kind of thing. When on camera, you can watch the CEO, Ammon, who just did an interview, by the way, that I want to show you some clips from, just outright refuse.
YouTube, I've decided, in case anybody is wondering, this is tobacco. I only ever smoke tobacco. And so if you ever see me inhaling any kind of smoke, it is tobacco.
To even engage with Ben about it, or even entertaining the idea of trying to get things solved, instead wanting to go scorched earth off rip, rolling up his sleeves like, okay, let's get after it then. And now all of a sudden he's, you know, the Zen master. He's fucking, you know, peace on earth. Why can't we all be friends kind of guy? Like, so he's really changed his tune now, even though on camera before all this blew up, he was really adamant about, you know, that's we're gonna have to go to, you know, have a fight about it. So now all of a sudden, Bricks and Minifigs is like, we just want to help, we want to make them whole, when all the evidence points to the contrary for the longest time. And another big piece of this is still about consignment. That has been what the huge part has been for a long time. I'll get to that in a moment, but another thing is about like the Gormans, because another thing that's come out is that Crystal had actually had some of Brian's father's Legos at her house, not at the store, which is pretty odd. There was also multiple.
So just for future reference, if somebody drops $20 for a side quest, I can't not do it. But again, I would ask that you kind of think of it not just in the case of I want to see this, but request something that I want to see what Lutch has to say about this. Because unless I'm just telling the whole story, we may as well just play Charlie's earlier videos. So just to keep in mind, no shade, but just I don't really, there's a lot going on. And so again, unless I'm going to tell a whole story, then I kind of just got to let you pick it up on your own.
Bookkeeping, which made things even more shady and weird. So there was already a lot of moving pieces here. Now they're also saying that Brian wasn't actually being properly compensated by the Gormans, the previous owners of the location, and that's just unacceptable. So Bricks and Minifigs is stepping up. They're the heroes, actually. We should be rallying behind Bricks and Minifigs because look how much they're doing to try and help the little guy, even though the whole journey here has been them doing everything they can to face fuck him and like bury this. So they have really flip-flopped on their tone behind all of this, but they are now
like talk about speed running. That's speed running the whole story.
Providing information about like this investigation that they're doing, and others are also investigating independently of Bricks and Minifigs and finding similar things. So it has been quite a lot going on. Another thing that's been called into question is the legitimacy of Ben's claim about their victory in small claims court. That also has a lot of messiness associated with it and a lot of question marks now. So this whole thing is starting to get even more wild and wacky and just this crazy fucking web. Now, I want to show you another clip from Legal Eagle's video in regards to consignment, because like I said, that is still one of the biggest pieces here, and there is, on security camera footage, inarguably, a higher level position at Bricks and Minifigs confirming that they're taking on that consignment liability, which may not be technically binding, but it does seem like that is a big deal that they did verbally state that that's going to happen. And Bricks and
Okay, does anybody have any specific questions about what the fuck is going on? Remember that there was a guy with the Legos, consignment, they're selling it for him. Then they got new owners and they were like, fuck you, those are our, they're our Legos, we're not giving you any of the money. Then a YouTuber got involved, and like 4 different times he was getting arrested because this is happening all in Mormon territory. So the cops are all fucking, you know, locked up. And homeboy's got to be hiding out in Mexico. Okay, so Glowing Dark knows what's good. Let's do it that way. Has anybody not heard anything about this story?
Minifigs keeps denying that they do consignment, and they always train against it. But all the evidence points to, in their contracts, they do allow for consignment. So why are they contradicting themselves? Also, the CEO has become addicted to humiliation. He's doing his own nationwide humiliation ritual and is going on like the YouTuber shows where he is, again, contradicting some of the statements that have come forth from the company. So the whole thing is very fucking peculiar. But anyway, here's the consignment piece towards the end of Legal Eagle's video that I think is pretty important to the overall case.
The Bricks and Minifigs corporate has argued that consignments violated franchise policy or were unauthorized under the franchise agreement. So we took a look at the Bricks and Minifigs 2003 franchise agreement, which does not say that stores can't use consignment. Quote, subject to our standard specifications and approval, if we so require, you may also offer the following products and services, consignment services. And that's just on the first page. And the franchise agreement template reiterates that on the first page, quote, additionally, franchisees may also offer consignment services. And Reckless Ben states in an update that Crystal Law provided the actual franchise agreement that she signed, which explicitly allows consignment agreements. Now, additionally, there are 4 references to consignment in these documents, and none of them are an outright prohibition. And even if Bricks and Minifigs corporate outlawed consignment agreements, that agreement only addresses the relationship between Bricks and Minifigs and the Gormans, not the ownership of the Star Wars collection.
He goes on to say that that's between the Gormans and Bricks and Minifigs in that case, not Brian. He is completely independent of that, and his property rights are independent of that. He then goes.
Gorman was the original owner of Bricks and Minifigs, and so the Legal Eagle just said it's between the old owner and the new owner, and the guy who actually gave them the Legos is, I guess, shit out of luck.
Trying to give you an example of what he believes the logic that would be applied here would be.
But either way, I don't think that argument automatically transforms third-party property into franchisor property. To illustrate that principle, if a franchisee violated policy by storing a friend's vehicle on business premises, the franchisor could discipline the franchisee and terminate the agreement. But absent some independent legal mechanism, the franchisor would not become the owner of that vehicle. And I think the same logic would apply here.
And to me, that's the simplest way of looking at it. And it's how most people are viewing it, myself included. If
Yeah, so, well, okay, wait. It sounds like he's about to explain it, but just so that we're not stealing content, it sounds like, you know, if you have an agreement that you're going to hold on to somebody's car, then for a certain amount of time, and they don't come back in or whatever, that doesn't make it your car. That just has to do with the agreement itself.
As Bricks and Minifigs says, they don't do consignment, but in this case, the franchisee went rogue, which is what Ammon is now claiming, which I'm going to show you in a moment. If that is the case, why are they still not giving the Legos that they have back? Why has it been such a stink? Why has it been a fucking slobber knocker here, vehemently fighting against it? Now, again, all the evidence seems to point to that being a liar, plants for hire moment from Bricks and Minifigs, considering in the contracts that we have available for us to sink our little teeth in, they do outright say that consignment is permissible. There is no prohibitive language around that to forbid franchisees from doing consignment. Crystal provided her contract that says that consignment is possible. But as Legal says, it is also possible that maybe there was an update to that where they then did outlaw it and they signed it. That's possible, but we're just guessing. We don't know. What we do know, though, is that based on these contracts, there is nothing prohibitive about consignment with Bricks and Minifigs from these franchisees. But anyway, again, if it isn't something they do, then why have they been so against giving it back? Josh was even like, I don't feel like giving it back. He was calling us. He was hitting me up on the horn. He was ringing my telephone. I didn't like when he did that, so I'm just not going to do it. And I don't even think I really need to, actually. So you can suck on my fucking winky. You want to suck on my wiener? How about that? How about that instead of giving you back the Legos? Like, again, if you don't do it, then you shouldn't have it there. It's not yours. Should give it back. You should have to give it back. And that's still, even after watching Legal Eagle and tons of other law experts and lawyers and everything weigh in on it, like, it still seems to be like, yeah, they don't really have true authority to seize that collection there, just because the previous owners had a consignment deal that now they don't do consignment doesn't mean the new owners get to swoop in and now it's theirs. It's still, Brian's property would be independent of whatever happened there, at least as I understand it. And with the example that Legal Eagle gives there, I think that makes a lot of sense. If a franchisee takes in a vehicle, they discipline the franchisee, say kick dirt, that doesn't mean that the franchisor now owns that vehicle because of that. That would be a huge can of worms. That'd be a huge fucking issue, and that'd be very easy to exploit. So I just don't see a world where there's any real justification for not giving him the Legos back or anything of that.
But we know that consignment agreements can be very difficult, and so we make sure that in our operations manual through all of our...
Wow, he really does have the twirly fucking mustache. So this is the guy who won't let either give back the Legos or give the guy his money. What is good? Brian already cut the video down and found the redacted audio where the cops were covering their own ass. Like I said, there's a lot of lore and a lot of fuck the police. I posted the Voice Critical video where it was specifically focusing on how the cops were coming down on when the cops were coming down on Reckless Ben. I posted that on my community tab. And so I was like, this is why I will never not say fuck the police.
Training, we train all franchisees that consignment is not part of our model. It's written into the operations manual. It's trained on. And it's very explicit. However, unfortunately, we had a franchisee go rogue and enter into a consignment agreement without our knowledge or authorization.
Stop twirling your mustache, Ammon. Holy cannoli. Jiminy Christmas, bro, stop twirling it. You actually look like a comic book bad guy. And the way he talks about the previous owners, the Gormans, he's talking about it like, Jesus Christ, that's Jason Bourne. She just signed a consignment agreement without our know-how, without our permission, our authorization. Holy shit. That kind of thing. And he's talking about like how they explicitly state no consignment, that kind of thing. We train them against it. That's forbidden. We spit on consignment. But again, if you look at the contracts, it is in there as an option. It is not prohibitive. So I don't know where this is coming from, unless it's a newer thing, which is possible. It definitely could be a newer thing. But then why doesn't he make it more clear and more transparent? Like, yes, we did offer consignment services as an option to our franchisees, but we recognize how messy and difficult that can be. So we did stop that practice not too long ago with an updated agreement with franchise locations. And one of the stores must not have paid attention and they did a consignment deal. That would be, if that is the case, by the way, there's nothing to even let us know whether or not he's being truthful about that being something they explicitly forbid. Because again, all of the evidence seems to point to in their contracts, you can do consignment, but it's just so slimy because he's not.
And so, yeah, basically saying like, okay, if Twirly Mustache, you're trying to say somebody made a mistake in accepting this consignment, then okay, give the fucking Legos back. But you're holding on to the Legos and selling them and taking the money and saying the person who owns the Legos, fuck you. You're not allowed to do that. That's theft. And at $200,000, that's grand larceny.
Addressing the very clear proof that's out there of their actual contracts where consignment is thumbs up. You can do it. Here he's just saying, explicitly forbidden. No consignment, no consignment. Like he's the pomegranate lady. That's just, see, this is one of those things I'm talking about where a lot of what comes from bricks and minifigs is seemingly not truthful and feels misleading on purpose.
And then it appears that may not have been honored with the person that she had entered into that consignment agreement with. And then through other circumstances, we ended up retaking over that store. And in the shuffle, there appears to have been just some confusion as to how, why, and where, like some of this came about. And as we tried to figure that out, we started uncovering more documents, more information. And what we found was that there were 3 separate sets of records that were being kept that shows that Mr. Mansell was significantly underpaid by that former franchisee. And so we've been trying to make sure that we can properly do.
Hold on, properly what?
Do like a forensic accounting and make sure everything is being.
Proper forensic accounting. Give them the money or give them the Legos.
Looked at properly so that we can work together to get that family resolution.
He's had a big change of heart, it seems, because again, on camera, he showed no interest at all in actually trying to solve this.
Multimedia media. So I think someone in the someone big in the Mormon community bought the collection or it was gifted to them and they can't get it back. That makes sense. Because I mean, they shut down the whole fucking store. Who does that? But if that's the case, who in the Mormon community cares that much about Legos that we're going through all of this, having the cops raid an Airbnb and pull over someone for heroin when they know they got nothing? Like, is that just a Mormon thing? I mean, Jesus.
Peacefully and get Brian what he was owed. But now all of a sudden he's out there acting like he's Brian's best friend. Like, come home, buddy. We miss you. Bricks and Minifigs is here to help. We only want what's in your best interest. Let us make you whole. We're doing everything we can to support you because we care so much about you, Brian. Come on, Squirt. Come on, let's solve this. When previously he showed less than zero interest in doing that and was ready to put up a big old fight about it. Again, I don't know if I'm allowed to talk about like the body cam stuff, but this is a...
Is this a fucking night at the museum joke?
very different side of Ammon here. I believe this is the PR side. I don't believe anything here is genuine at all. I think this has become such a huge issue that's bubbled over so much so now that they can't just try and bully him into silence, which is something that, again, is on camera as a method that Bricks and Minifigs likes to employ, where one of them, Kai, I already forgot how to say his name, but even just outright said, like, yeah, it is a threat. You can perceive it as a threat because it kind of is a threat about how they will drain them legally in court, where they'll be paying so much money fighting Bricks and Minifigs legally that they will lose more than they would have ever gained.
Right, but at this point, when you're saying it's not about it being Legos, being 200,000 worth of Legos, like the biggest personal collection of Star Wars Legos, and so then you're, but yeah, so then it maintains that it must be somebody who cares about the Legos themselves, because $200,000 is a lot of money. But if you're big in the Mormon community and you can control the police like that, $200,000 ain't that much money. So it can't be about the money, because it just doesn't it doesn't map on. I mean, I guess it could be. It could be, oh, I just happened upon this collection that's super expensive, and maybe I sold it, and so now we don't know where it is. But from what I understand in the earlier videos, they saw the fucking boxes in the store. They saw the boxes in the store for sale. Could be both. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it makes it answers the question of like why, but the fact that it would be someone in the Mormon community that loves these Legos. If it wasn't about the Legos themselves, then there's no value, because like the $200,000 is only in the sale. Remember, the original dude still owns all the Legos. So what you're saying is that I think it was a small scam that will get them caught in a bigger scam. Say more on that. Say more on that.
Had they won. It is something that they've done numerous times and something they were very proud of. But now all of a sudden, Ammon's out here like, yeah, let's solve this. Come on, let's get this all resolved. We're buds, bro. It's just so fake. It's so phony. And again, Ammon was just on YouTube streams, what, 3 nights ago now? Where it was a very different tough guy Ammon there, at least a little bit tougher than this. He wasn't the soft shell looking to really help Brian all that much. It was a much more combative version. But now he's more docile.
It's a ska band, right? Am I bugging? The Waffle Stompers? That's a ska band, no? Oh, God, don't fucking freeze on me.
It's important to keep in mind that it's not like Bricks and Minifigs is like all of a sudden sunshine and rainbows. We want to just help everybody. We just got information from the CEO of Patreon that they have filed all the legal paperwork to try and force Patreon to remove Ben's Patreon account, which is his main source of income. Yeah,
that was fucking base. The last update in this series from Charlie was yes, I've seen Idiocracy. No, that's cool. I mean, we're talking about so many different movies. That's fine if you guys ask me the same movies over and over. But yes, I have seen Idiocracy, and in the most based part of this whole thing was that because Ben, the YouTuber who was covering this, got in all that trouble and had to flee to Mexico, he started a Patreon, or is Patreon and GoFundMe the same company, or I don't know. So Jack Conte, the guy who owns Patreon, was getting pressure to cancel the YouTuber who was trying to help out. And he put out a video and he's like, fuck you, we're not doing that. Reckless Ben, you go. So I think these Mormon businesses are scamming and stealing for the church, and the cops are in on it. So it's not really about whether it's Legos or whether it's $200,000. It's about the operation itself. Kind of like the fucking Somali daycare shit. I could see it. I could see that doesn't. Yeah, I mean, I could see it.
Trying to strip him of his main source of income to silence and bully him, which is the standard play from Bricks and Minifigs, it seems, based on all available evidence. And the CEO, Ammon, has the gall to go out there now and be like, guys, we just want to help Ben. Let us help, dude. We're just here to help, man. It was the previous owners that fucked you, not us. No, dude, let us make you whole again. He says that so many times. And I believe...
I don't know. I did not know about Reckless Ben before this situation. So take that. That's my caveat. But given that he does seem to actually have to flee to Mexico, and the fact that he wasn't initially, like, this was already a story before he got involved. He could solve this so much easier, and then that would mean that Melton My Media is completely wrong. I don't think that's the case. I mean, it didn't make sense when it was about Legos. It didn't make sense when it was about 200K. But if it's just the tip of the iceberg, that makes sense to me. It being yeah, the YouTuber who got involved, like, there's party A and party B, and the party C got involved afterwards, and both parties are not doing what the I don't know. We didn't have to, but no, I mean, right? No. Like, of course, it's good content to be like, guys, I'm in Mexico because they're trying to get me. But it's also like, think about me personally. Like, fine, I'm not Reckless Ben. I don't. You know more about Reckless Ben than I do, but just me personally. Do you think that I would rather just be here, or have a viral video either pretending that I'm in Mexico or pretending that I'm in Mexico for because I'm under I'm about to get arrested, but I'm not actually about to get arrested? Seems like if you're trying to draw out the series, then you have to be there to film what's happening. I think it worked because the police would scare locals that are not Mormon. It makes sense. Yeah, I mean, I think Ben is tertiary to this, but like that's. I mean, like I said, I'm gonna watch the video tomorrow, and we'll see if it's worth covering. But yeah, I don't. The thing about drawing it out, that doesn't pass the sniff test for me. Everything about Ben is like, yeah, that doesn't really make sense that the A party and the B party would continue to keep things going. Like, what benefit would they have? And they have way more control over the situation than the guy who's just filming. You know what I mean? So that doesn't really make sense.
The previous owners that fucked you, not us. No, dude, let us make you whole again. He says that so many times. And I believe that's because maybe he's in a more desperate position now, because it seems like some of Bricks and Minifigs partners no longer feel comfortable doing business with them. There was a statement put out by one of their big partners here, minifigs.me, and they don't feel comfortable working with Bricks and Minifigs, despite this being a huge blow to them on a business side. Minifigs.me, that is. It wasn't an easy decision for them to make, but this has become such a big story that now brands that have worked with Bricks and Minifigs don't feel comfortable continuing to do business with them. So I think Ammon has now been alerted to how bad all of this has gotten for them, and is now just trying to say what he believes.
Right. And so going back to what Melton My Media is saying, what would be the reason that anyone would go through all that trouble and risk their reputation and physically move their store over 200K? That doesn't make sense. It would cost more money to go through all of this, if not just out of pocket. Simply the end of your company. Nobody's ever going to go with Bricks and Minifigs ever again. So the 200K is small in comparison to that. But if it's part of something bigger, this all makes a lot more sense.
Will cause all of it to simmer down, which is, we want to make them whole. We're here to help. Josh and Brandon are gone. We've parted ways. They've sailed off into the sunset. Can you guys please just drop this? Like, it just feels like it's now all about saving face and covering their own ass in this PR battle, because it's now actually affecting them in a noticeable way. When previously, before this became a huge story, Ammon showed no interest in trying to resolve this. Nobody at Bricks and Minifigs has shown interest to resolve this based on all the information that's been publicly put out there. So it just seems like it's because it's blown up so much now that they're finally acting. But that doesn't help dissuade fears of Bricks and Minifigs customers who are maybe considering working with them, where if it doesn't blow up into a huge story, you might just be fucked, because based on everything we've seen from like the behavior of those franchisees, as well as Ammon himself, they don't seem to really care that much to try and resolve issues like privately and peacefully. It seems like they're only now springing into action to try and help Brian get what should have already been taken care of previously. So it feels like it's very tardy to the party here with them actually looking to do the right thing of making Brian Mansell whole and figuring out what exactly went on here with a real investigation. And like I said, a lot of this new information that's coming out from multiple parties does call into question a lot of things that have been put forth from like the first couple of videos from Reckless Bin with some of the claims and things like that. But I will say, in regards to like the police department stuff, I haven't really seen anything to like justify how everything's unfolded with how the police themselves have handled this whole case. That is still something that is very much in a really weird spot. But in regards to like if Ben stepped out of line legally, like within the bounds of the law, or if he did things solely for content that actually was detrimental to getting this solved, as well as some of like the claims he made about the small claims court default judgment victory, things like that, all of that is what's now being thrown into a bit of disarray. I'm curious to see Ben's response to it, to give his side of things on that conversation now. But there has been a lot of new information, and no matter how you look at it, the fact of the matter is, it should have never gotten to this point. There was a very real problem with the way Bricks and Minifigs, the corporation, handled all of this, as well as the way they handled the takeover of this location, making it very sloppy and very messy with the previous owners and then the new franchisees coming in with a fucking chip on their shoulder and steam out of their ears, making it irreconcilable here, where an innocent man and his father's lifelong Lego collection got thrown into a shitstorm. So, and there was no real way of getting it solved through the proper channels, allegedly, based on everything we've seen here. And the corporation showed no signs of trying to work with him privately. They keep saying that they were insisting that Brian provide documents, but he kept dodging that. I find that claim a little hard to believe. That's he said, she said, shit, of course, but I find that very difficult to imagine. Brian was just like sweating when they asked for documentation when there already is documentation that the public has access to. So Brian definitely would have as well. He probably would have submitted it if that was actually something that they wanted. And Bricks and Minifigs in their previous statement was talking about how Ben and his team didn't want to submit anything to him, but there's literal videos of them trying to submit the evidence to them, and Bricks and Minifigs not being receptive to it. So I'm more inclined to.
I was just as I was reading the last chat that I pulled up, I was just thinking, like, isn't Nick Shirley one of them? And you took the words right out of my mouth. Maybe with some mainstream appeal, we can get him out of the cult. I mean, I think anybody who knows about this definitely that's like, I mean, the fact that they're a niche company is the only thing that's not making this like literally a national mainstream story. It's just that most people don't care about Legos. And even though we can see that the story is much deeper than that, I think that's the only reason this isn't like a major culture war. Maybe not culture war, but like a major ish. I'm on TikTok. I can say shit. Yeah, that would be dope. That would be dope. I mean, hey, even if he goes to Catholicism, or I mean, I guess Orthodoxy would be the most likely if he's going to change. But Mormons are fucking weird, man. Mormons are fucking weird, man. All right, let's finish this up. I'm drunk. My tummy hurts. I want to go to bed.
Believe Brian's account of things, where Bricks and Minifigs wasn't willing to work with him to resolve this through this messy takeover of that location where his Legos got all lost in translation and everything got all fucking cattywampus. Again, the fact of the matter is, an innocent man and his father's collection of Legos that he spent his whole life collecting that was very valuable got lost.
They closed the store. It's a franchise. Oh, wait. There we go. They closed the store. They didn't close down the business, as far as I understand. They closed down the location. They moved the entire store. Again, another reason why if it's just over 200K, that's a lot of money to move your entire store and do that store somewhere else because they're a franchise. Making prize individually? I mean, definitely make a prize individually. And I mean, again, I don't necessarily know the ins and outs of how fucking franchises work, but yeah, they're exactly. And so bring it all the way back to the 200K or the Legos. Okay, like you and it's not unfeasible. It's not impossible that there's someone high up in the Mormon community that cares a lot about Star Wars and or Legos, and this all happened, and they're like, I'm not giving this shit back. That is possible. What is also possible, but slightly less likely, in my opinion, that there's someone who decided, oh, we got a 200K here, so we're keeping it. Less likely, but possible. Just like Maryland being God. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Say hello to God. But that is possible. But they did close the store. But the business is still running. That means that there is an expectation that they will make money in the future in some place. And there's got to be, that either is a lot more at risk than the 200K, or, as Glowing Dark saying, they overplayed their hand, they're angry and wanted him to pay, but hopefully there will be justice eventually. Yeah, they might have thought that they'd get away with it. And then they were like, at each step, they were like, okay, let's just push it one more step, and one more step, and one more step. Those are the two most likely things, in my opinion. That they just overplayed their hand and then they got in too deep, and also because it's the Mormon community, they're tight with the police, or what Mountain Mind Media said, and there's a fucking conspiracy going on, and that storefront is a front for something bigger. Did you change the color of the hand just for me? I'm not sure if I should be offended or flattered. Welcome. We are almost done here.
Lost in a shitstorm here of a corporation that doesn't seem to care about what happened there, didn't really care to investigate that thoroughly, as well as some franchise owners that really immediately held a grudge against him. Again, according to that document, he'd even said he doesn't want to give them back because of the phone calls. That's some pretty goober shit. So this whole thing seems like a fucking mess, even more so now than like a week ago. So yeah, I just wanted to give you a little update on it. That's really about it. So
yeah, that's the whole thing that Mountain Mind Media was saying, that it's about something bigger, and we have already seen connection. You know, on mine it shows what it shows, right? Yeah, it shows a fucking brown hand. I feel like you did that to offend me, but I'm gonna take it, as I'm gonna take the time to make sure I am racially accurate with my emojis. But yeah, that was what Mountain Mind Media was saying, that you know, something else is going on. It's not about the Legos. It's not about the 200K, because that's the part that didn't make sense to me. The fact that it would be not about the Legos, because then it would be just about the 200K, and that didn't make sense. But I don't know. So real quick, last thing, just in case, just in case you missed it, I will leave you with the picture of my beautiful angel niece, Amelia. First time holding her, and then I got a little cocky. I'm like, hey, yo, she loved me. She loved me. She was stretched out. She's like, yeah, I could get used to this. I could get used to this. I love her. I love her. This one, you get a little bit of a better peek at what her face actually looks like. But, you know, I'm not trying to dox my little girl. Justin is one of the guys who's stealing the fucking Legos. Justin and Brandon. But all right, guys. Successful grift stream. Thank you so very, very much. Let's give a big. Okay, if you know that this is the name of a person and where that person is from, then you win a prize. Oh, they are still stealing the Legos. They are still stealing. They are going hard on stealing the Legos. Fucking crazy. The fact that it's still going is crazy. But let's give a big shout out to all of the donations. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen and transes, so very, very much. Shout out to Sweet Tooth. It was like, hey, come have a debate with my boy First Amender. And then he fucking tried to shit all over me. But we gonna get that back. It will not let me in. It will not let me in. We couldn't just, for the last fucking minute, just say thank you. That's all I'm trying to do. Let me just see if it'll fucking load. I'll go through the rest of them here, but it's a lot more fucking convenient if I can just click it. All right. There we go. That doesn't make me happy. That doesn't make me happy at all. So let's just finish these again. Boss, we had Melted Mind Media with the $2 make you holla in again. And then, of course, the big $20. Thank you, thank you, thank you so very, very much. Am I still here? Oh, you guys stuck around? You guys stuck around. You're the real ones. Let's see if this will load again. Maybe I close the tab. Oh, come on. Come on. Do the thing. Just do the thing. Like, it's very clear. This is working. The microphone is working. The camera is clearly on. Enter studio. We're in the studio. Okay. Oh, shit. Sorry. All right, there we go. Well, one more fucking time, guys. Appreciation all the way around. Of course, you know I will be live as always. It is Friday, every Monday, Wednesday, Friday, 8 p.m. Eastern. And I appreciate you guys so much. I know that you guys could be doing anything else in the world, and yet here you are hanging out with me and the Overlord. He is ready to go to sleep, but he very much appreciates all of the donations. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Once again, we've got the Overlord, and I have been your host, Lutch, aka the Indian Jesus, here to resurrect the second coming of common sense. Until next time, tomorrow, 8 p.m. Eastern, we are out of here.